right, here's a tip for strain.
It makes me want to sing though.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I feel great. I like listening to Candy Asses
with
cry.
With those lights, it shows you how good you look. Well,
I look like shit.
eh.
Shows how many wrinkles I have now.
High def.
But that's not going to stop me from singing. Nope. I'm feeling good. And I want to sing. Greg, you're responsible for your taxes, not TurboTax.com. Greg, you're responsible for your taxes. Now you're gonna lose your house. Greg, you're responsible for your taxes, not TurboTax.com. You should have done what I had done and married an accountant. Now you're gonna lose your house. Greg, you gotta take care of your own taxes. TurboTax.com can only take the information you give them, not the stuff you neglected to write down.
Ironically, works.
Wait a minute. Aren't you one of those social justice cucks? Thinks everybody should give their money to the government? How do you think the IRS gets deadbeats like you to begin with? Daddy 05's gonna watch your kids when you are in jail after you lose that big house.
Holy crap,
Greg,
Tommy.
you're responsible for your taxes. I salute you. Everybody sing.
I think we had enough of that. Hey, how's everybody doing? Happy Friday. I was trying to do funny, laughy stuff because this stream's gonna be an eventful one for sure. So we're gonna be covering a couple special individuals. I'm sure if you've seen the entire thumbnail or anything, you care at all, I guess. You'd seen that I'm talking about Creepypasta and Gore today. And it's gonna be interesting. So let me get this going, the live thing. I think I got everything in place. And the individual I'm going to be talking about today, I'm not sure if you're familiar with lyrics. He would be the guy that I completely blew out on a Twitter ratio. Not kidding. I did totally blow him out. Come on. Yeah, so lyrics, if you didn't know, posted this gem the other day. He's gotten 5.3 million views. He's got 2,000 likes. Got more. But, it's on less views, so I'm sure that works out to where I'm not as good. I'm kidding. But I did have to totally troll on lyrics because who the hell even writes these kind of freaking messages? How's it going, At? But yeah, I didn't know if you guys have had a chance to see this gem. Are you fucking kidding me right here? Really, lyrics? Anyway, yeah, Too Bad's dead. That's probably the lighter content of the night. Oh man, this is gonna be a fun one. You had snow? I had snow this morning. I was not a fan. And then it's going to be 60 this weekend, I think, or something like that. I don't know. We're into the ADD season of weather here, so it's going to be we'll get third or fourth winter and probably 5 or 6 springs before it actually decides to be summer suddenly. And it'll be 90. But I'm stalling a little bit because we're going to jump right into some really, 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 really rough stuff. So today I'm going to be talking about a guy by the name of Plagued Moth and a couple of other individuals that creepy reading. Lazy Bedhead is someone involved in this, although I will admittedly say that I have not gone through and viewed a whole lot of her story or their story. I don't know if they got pronouns. Well, obviously they got pronouns, but I don't know what the pronouns they chose are. And I'm too fucking lazy to go look. But who else do we got? We've got That Cold Raven, which is going to be a character all of his own if we get to him. And Spinning and Spinling or something. If I messed up his name, I apologize already. But I don't want to like go to where I know I have the names because, yeah, well, there's a lot more evidence and stuff there, and I don't know what's going to be safe for stream, what's not safe for stream. So we're gonna kind of, I'm wanting to show you, like, to start out with. There's a lot of stuff here, but what I'm going to do is probably pull a bunch of these out of the layout because I don't want you people seeing them. So, but these are all things that if you wanted to reach out to that creepy reading, Slime Beast, or I'm sure any of the others involved in this, you definitely can. They've been fantastic, especially Slime Beast, and I have a huge shout out. How's it going, man? But Slime Beast has been fantastic to talk to, help out. He seemed like one of the more level-headed, like, can actually get his information out there kind of guys. Compared to that creepy reading, I'm sorry, but the dude comes off as having a lot of anxiety. He seems like a very anxious person, but when I sit down and I've read his stuff, it is very well put together and well thought out. So, all right. So what we're talking about today, we were talking about freaking Gore, and we're talking about Creepypasta. All right. So if you don't know what Creepypasta is, I don't know how to explain this better than maybe like Slender Man, Jeff the Killer. I mean, just go on to any Reddit posts anywhere. I'm sure you'll basically find some creepypasta somewhere on there. I don't know. I don't fucking do Reddit. I don't do Reddit. I don't do a lot of this shit. But I do one thing, and I do Gore. So ironically, I probably am one of the better people in the community as far as like covering this and telling you stuff and helping you understand things. And I'm going to try and keep this as PG as fucking possible. Oh, you do, man? How's it going? Geez, you got Moth's old streams? Oh, no. I've watched so much damn Moth content today. I did this week and before that, and holy crap. But yeah, I know Gore, okay? So, like, a little bit about me, Gore, and all that stuff. I've got something called thanatophobia. I got a fear of death, like an actual fear of death. I was around a lot of death growing up, and that's not like being light and making a joke here. I'm being dead serious. Lost my dad, lost my grandfather, lost my godfather, bunch of fucking people. Lost plenty of people from high school already, and I wouldn't consider myself that old. I'm 36. But yeah, I lost a lot of fucking people in my life. So I've developed, like, basically developed, I don't know. I've got the thanatophobia. I got a fear of death, like serious fear of death. Like, which kind of, you know, you're going to sit there and say, well, why the fuck do you like Gore content? It shows the fragility of life. It shows how quickly life can be taken away. It's interesting to me how fragile life is. And I'll kind of leave it at that. To give you an idea, if you're one of those Gore people out there, you probably may or may not fucking believe me, I'll be honest. So, like, I had to write down, like, okay, things that I've seen that are popular Gore videos, and I'm obviously not showing anything. I'm just going to run through this list so you understand, like, the things I've seen, so that I can honestly say that I feel like I'm going to give Moth a fair shake. I've seen Chech Clear 1 and 2, the Guerrero Flaying Funky Town, the new Funky Town, the Predator versus Pitbull, the African Rapist Hire thing, Ronnie McNutt, the Russian shotgun guy on a sofa, Bud Dwyer, the TV Anchor Woman, Ghost Rider, Two Guys One Hammer, the ISIS Cage video, the Slaughterhouse video, Chainsaw video, Shuab. I've always Shu is what I called him for short. I don't seen that video. The Ricardo Lopez, that's kind of like a big known one. the kid who misses when he's doing the dive. The many Russian parkour videos. The Quarry video, the Adidas video, and a rarer one would probably be the Wagner Sledgehammer video. Those, yeah. So I've watched the stuff. Okay, it's not my proudest fucking moment, but like I said, it's something I know I consume. My wife knows I consume it once in a while. I don't consume it for any pleasurable way. It's really just a dark headspace that you typically get into when I watch this stuff. Okay, so I think that's enough about me, because this fucking stream ain't about me. It's about plague moths, it's about slime beasts, and it's about a bunch of other people. We're gonna touch on some really dicey stuff. I kind of want to give you guys a good shakedown of what gore communities look like outside of YouTube, first of all. So their websites, obviously, like the more famous ones were Rotten, Best Gore, YNC, terrible, was it horrible videos? Terrible, I don't know. I don't go to a lot of them because, to be honest, they're flooded with porn. Okay? So on top of like already having gore content, now you get weird fucking porn stuff mixed in. But they're the best ones, in my opinion, used to be more the Rotten and Best Gore and stuff like that, because while this is an awful subject, these people would give you context, especially Best Gore. He was pretty good about with his posts and stuff that he put up. He would give you very good context on the backstory, and it was interesting. It's interesting to see how hard or how messed up life is in different parts of the world. You know, like talk about Mexico with the cartels. You talk about Africa with the stuff that goes on there. Brazil, South America in general. Thailand, the Philippines. I mean, you got a very good raw view of the world and how people are. You're seeing the worst of the world too. But typically these sites are broken out in a manner of, I'm trying to think of like what's the best comparison I could draw. And honestly, it might be like I don't know. I guess if you're familiar with Twitter, it would be like when you go to the Explore section of Twitter, or any website that kind of breaks things out by categories, like, you know, hell, even like a Hulu, or like a TV streaming service or something like that. Tubi is one I can think of off the top of my head that everybody could have access to. You don't got to pay a dime for, right? Well, if you go in there, there's sections, and you got your categories. You got your, you know, your action, your dramas, your horror, your whatever, comedies, etc., right? Well, that's how a lot of these horror or gore communities are broken down. So you would have things that are broken out a little bit different. Obviously, it's all gore, okay? But you have like vehicle accidents. You have like workplace accidents. You have, oh god, depending on the site, you'd have murder, and then there's the self-murder side, and then what else? I mean, typically the big thing I want to get to here is that child and animal content on a vast majority, I would say a strong majority of the sites that I've been on, are labeled, and they're labeled for a fucking reason. Because even though there's people that want gore, they're not always the same fucking people that are into this shit. Okay? This stuff is, like I said, typically it's put in its own subject, and that's going to play into a context for something that's going to come up pretty quickly here, and I'm going to discuss, and I'm going to show you a couple news articles and stuff. We're going to start out talking about a lot of fucking things here first, because I got to give you guys a lot of context, And I've got to give you guys a good understanding so that you can make a good judgment call on your own here. I'm not going to take anybody's side. I will give you my findings, and yeah, my stuff's probably biased. But I'm going to try and be fair about this still, no matter what. We're going to touch on some subjects where children are involved, and I want to get that out there first. This is stuff that I don't ever consume. I may be into the horror side of stuff. I don't like the kid stuff. I don't like fucking animal stuff. I don't like animal abuse. I don't like animal sadism. And I definitely don't like anything involving children. And that's just who I am. If you don't like that, sorry. If you're hoping to come here to find someone that's 100% like-minded with Plague Moth, you're probably not going to find that either. As much as I really like Slime Beast and that creepy reading, I'm going to call them out for a couple things. Hopefully they'll see it as fair, and, you know, we'll kind of go from there. But let's get right into it. We're going to talk about the thing that I really don't want to fucking talk about first, which is Hurtcore. And I'm going to try and give you guys this information in the least messed up way as possible, okay? We'll start out here. We're going to go with Wiki, okay? So, Hurtcore is a portmanteau of the words hardcore and hurt. It's a name given to particularly extreme forms of CP, usually involving violence, bodily harm, and you can read kind of the rest. This kind of was developed by this lady who created this book, or who wrote this book called The Darkest Web. Typically, when you hear the words Hurtcore, it's associated with some very, 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 and I mean this, very messed up individuals. These are the worst of the worst when it comes to cheese pizza enjoyers, for the lack of a way to say it. So from here, we're just going to go on to Lux. So this is really where Hurtcore, and the word Hurtcore, as far as I can really tell, kind of entered popular culture. Okay, like you can go search these words now, and you'll probably end up going to one of the articles related to this individual or another individual. Both are intertwined. Their stories and their fates are interwoven. So this gentleman's name, I definitely don't want to fucking call him. This motherfucker's name is Lux. The other motherfucker is Scully. And I'm not talking about Scully from fucking X-Files. This is Peter Scully. He's an awful individual that created probably the most famous and the most disgusting video to ever come out of the gore and horror community. Not even the video, like he's created multiple videos. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy is among the top 3 shittiest fucking people in the world. This Lux dude, Scully, and the motherfucker that I can't remember from fucking Canada that's walking free. These are some absolutely fucking horrific fucking individuals, okay? They got together. I don't know the whole story here, but Lux basically created Hey Teddy, how you going? They got together and they created this awful fucking website called Hurt to the Core. And Hurt to the Core is the cesspool that lived on the dark web that housed all these content that this guy helped gather, Lux. Scully was a contributor. And then again, the guy in freaking Canada, I can't remember, but I believe he's even tangentially related to this whole investigation that went down. Anyway, Lux was the one that basically set up the site. That's Lux. He ran this big hardcore site. There's Scully. Scully is the one that created the videos that we're going to be discussing later. Well, at least one of them we're going to be discussing later. Yeah, sorry. Well, no. I mean, technically, it could. I don't even know if I want to touch on that, Teddy. Honestly, I mean, it could, but we're not gonna go there. But yeah, Scully is in prison. I think still. I don't give a shit about this fucking dude. He only got like 145 years in prison, which is about fucking 4,000 lifetimes shorter than he deserved. Lux here, the infinite genius, has quite an interesting tie to the automotive community. Kind of tying it back to myself. It goes fucking awfully far, Teddy. Very, very awfully far. Yeah, I don't think he ever leaves the room that he's been placed into. I'd be surprised if he ever does. I'm sure he's on the utmost strictest lockdown. Same with this individual. The other guy though is walking free, and I've got a Mr. Swirl. Mr. Swirl is another creator of hardcore content. I just remembered his name. I didn't look him up in tangent with this stuff, but I believe he was also a contributor of Hurt to the Core. This is literally the three leading worst fucking individuals in the world. But this fucker is a goddamn retard on top of it, because he's really like, he was really into his fucking Toyota Hilux. And I'm pretty sure that's where he got Lux from. And anyway, that Hilux was the downfall of him, because they basically, I can't remember how they did it, but they tracked his ass back to automotive forum on the clear web. That was me trying to blend words together. And they tracked his ass down and they caught him that way. But that's how they kind of tracked it to him. But this fucking piece of shit is something else. Anyway, that gives you the high level of hardcore. Okay. And if you really want to get more information, I would suggest reading this article by Sydney Morning. This discusses the whole Lux side of the story. And then there is another story. This one, please be in the right state of mind to read this one. This one's a little more hard to read. There is nothing in here. Yeah, you can see he's doing very well in prison. There's nothing in here that's like illegal that you got to worry about or anything like that. It's truly an actual news article you can go and read. But yeah, this another academic. This guy, you can read on him, but this just to give you an idea, where did I put it? This link right here links to the article I just showed you. And I'm going to let you guys just sit there and read these very generic, normal person responses to reading this stuff. I'll just give it a second. I'm going to read chat. Yeah, I mean, Teddy, if you want to skip out, I'm not going to blame you. Sorry, I just caught up to that. Holy crap. But yeah, Teddy, don't feel bad. Don't feel like you got to stick around for this one. Um, it doesn't get funnier, honestly. This is true drama shit that I really wanted to cover because it means something to me. I don't know. I've got some other links saved, but oh, I did want to dispel a couple rumors too while we're still here and at this point. One of the main videos that we're going to talk about is Daisy's destruction. Okay, this is a video, like I said, that's very fucking well known in the Gore community. We're going to touch on it as far as like this video is illegal in every way, shape, and form. It is illegal to possess. It is illegal to view. It is illegal to share. It is illegal to download. It is illegal to have on media. Like, there is no way this is legal ever, period. Point blank, we're fucking done. Okay? But there are a couple misconceptions with this media. And one of the biggest ones is that it shows the actual killing, murder, whatever you want to fucking call it, of a small child. And while I've never seen it, everything that I can find says that it never has ever had any of that in there. But it does have CSAM stuff, and we're going to use a couple other terms interchangeably, but I'm going to point some stuff out when we get to that point. But yeah, Teddy, I told you if you want to take off, you're more welcome. Yeah, we're on that arc. It's definitely up there for one of the most vile things in creation, Jim. There's some worse things in my opinion. But not very many. But yeah, Daisy's Destruction basically shows the abuse of a infant is the best way I can put it. While still keeping it and keeping you all as sane as possible here. So there is another terminology that we're going to get into is going to be mixtapes. I just kind of wanted to give a heads up and a breakdown of mixtapes really quick. It's just a fucking fancy word for compilation. That's really about it. What else? I do have a interview where I did ask and talk with Slime Beast and ask him a few questions, and that stuff is definitely going to be a little more lighter. Kind of gives you a nice little view into Slime Beast's state of mind as far as all this concerned. Like I said, I did reach out to that creepy reading, which he did give me the file a while back, but I'm sure he's been busy with other stuff going on, so I didn't have a chance to get his response back before I did this stream. If I do get his response, I did send him the questions. He's more than welcome to answer them. If he doesn't want to answer them, he doesn't have to. You're going to see they're pretty benign questions, but it gets at a couple different points. And then I did reach out to Plague Moth. I actually have no fucking problem if anybody wants to see my email that I sent to him. It just basically said that, look, I'm looking to give this thing a fair shake. I think and this is where I'm going to be a little hard on Slime Beast and that creepy reading and Moth, all of them. Y'all got to stop with the fucking pedophile allegations. It's literally turning into the fucking Spider-Man finger pointing meme, and we don't fucking need to be there, bro. Moth recently on a live stream with Lyrics walked back some of that stuff. I think that's justice enough. I think that when you get that creepy reading and you get Slime Beast and a couple other people in a in a relatively. I was gonna say, I don't think you guys have actually called him that. What was it? Somebody took the position, kind of like a Sen type position when Sen was talking with Moth. Oh God. I'm trying to think of how to explain this. You're not going to stop anybody from saying it, I guess is kind of the best way to say it. By the way, hi Slime Beast, welcome. And I really appreciate you answering the questions and stuff. But yeah, I think the pedo allegation stuff has to stop, especially with Moth. The best I can honestly say of negative criticism towards Slime Beast and towards TCR and all that, and they did not call Moth a pedo. I don't think they've ever called him a pedo. The best I've found of any of this is that they accuse his spouse of grooming, and that was after she went after them, from what I could see from evidence. Again, I was only provided one side of the story, so that's what I got to go off of. Sorry, Moth. And I don't think that Slime's spouse is mentally the best person to argue with. I don't think that Moth is necessarily the best person to argue with mentally either. At points, he's gone down some fucking fucked up rabbit holes himself. But I mean, there's basically the whole accusation of Moth's wife groomed him. I think that's more of a shit posting thing, probably on Slime Beast's part. I don't know Creepy Reading's position on it. I think it's honestly this is kind of where I get into that whole, it's a little bit of a finger pointing thing. And that's where I'm not saying that, you guys called him that. Moth has definitely called that Creepy Reading, Spinling, Slime Beast, Cold Raven, and a couple lyrics, has actually like pedo jacketed those people, and I think that's fucked up. Undermines their tactics, etc. Yeah, I can understand that. But anyway, so I think that there's a couple clear things, and that's the best. Like, that's honestly going to be my biggest fucking criticism of Slime Beast and that Creepy Reading. I think that Creepy Reading, he has already spoken out on some of his other faults and apologized for maybe jumping the gun a little bit, maybe getting a bit of hot under the collar. I think the stuff that Plague Moth has done that we'll get in, and we're not going to get into, actually, not fucking touching a lot of this shit, but the stuff that Plague Moth gets into with that Creepy Reading, with his fucking story with the mother, that's a fucking joke, man. Honestly, that's a fucking joke, and you fucking know it, and you're being so goddamn disingenuous if you think that's not a fucking joke. I know there is stuff out there with that Creepy Reading with and I've not heard the full context of the argument, where he had a little bit more of a wilder opinion on some things, and I don't want to label him with anything. I'm just going to say that he was a very free speech absolutist, and he got kind of clipped, I think, a little disingenuously, and I don't know the full context of the clip, so I'm not going to play that. And to play what Moth shows, I think, is disingenuous. You cannot play literally fucking 5-6 seconds of someone's words and have the full context surrounding it like he claims it does. He does. And that's something that we're going to show later on. He does talk about these people, so I do want to show that because that's about the closest thing that I'm going to have to giving you Plague Moth's opinion because he didn't respond. But oh god, trying to think of anything else that I'm really kind of avoiding. Honestly, the pedo accusations, the grooming accusations with Andrea are really the biggest things that I'm going to kind of stay away from. Andrea is Plague's spouse. Apologies. We'll call her Moth Goddess. Moth Goddess. Or Plague Goddess, whatever the fuck she goes by. She's involved herself in this from what I've seen. She has been very vocal at points that we'll see and very descriptive at stuff. And I am going to fucking ruin everybody's life with a song that she has mentions at one point. So you have that to look forward to. But yeah, I don't want to get too far off topic, but that I think gives you a good idea of the players, the context, who we're talking about, what I'm not going to touch on, my background, I think from there, what we're going to do is I'm going to close out a couple of these windows and we're going to now start kind of looking at some of the channel information. And I thought this was on Plague's channel, not my page, but you know, boy, I'm batting 1,000. I had these out of order. So Plague Moth, this is Plague Moth's channel. Plagued has made, oh god, what is it, 200, a little over 250 videos. Now I know that some of these, that number may be a little skewed because things may have been taken down and put back up and all that. Going back in history on his channel, you can kind of see he's covered kind of more commentary stuff initially. Where was it? Yeah, kind of like horror, just different topics. He's very, very, very diverse as far as like his early career that I can see. You know, talking about stuff from regular old commentary, and you'll see this pop up throughout his videos later on, and you can tell that he's got kind of a inkling towards horror, particularly dark horror. Talking about deep web, red rooms, honestly shit that you don't ever want to fucking look up. Let's see, talking about just kind of more current event stuff. And then he slowly kind of works his way into Gore and Live Leak. There's another freaking popular one. I feel like one of his real like big, as you can see in his content, like kind of big breakout or break into the content moments, or where he's kind of found his home, I guess, is Ronnie. This is Ronnie McNutt. Ronnie McNutt found himself on the bad end of a shotgun at his own choice, and he did so on a live, and that live at the time, and I can tell you at least from like TikTok, because I feel like that's where I saw it go around quite a bit. I wasn't really on Twitter then, and I know I could tell you from Facebook, it was his choice that he made with that firing pin. It's a very graphic video, and that video got embedded into other videos, and then it kind of started making the rounds on TikTok and stuff, and it kind of a lot of people got exposed to gore, whether they fucking wanted to or not. And it's a fucked up way of doing that. Because, in my opinion, if you want to choose to look at this kind of content, that's on you. We're going to get into some of the more like policy type shit in a bit. But I do feel that gore has a purpose on the internet. I feel like gore can exist on YouTube. I feel like what some of these videos show, like what happened with the Ronnie video and that kind of shit, does not fucking belong anywhere in any of this shit. Okay? I don't think that most gore videos I don't think any fucking gore video in its raw format, aside from like maybe shit like this, which I'll touch on, can and should exist on YouTube at all. I feel like anybody fucking putting that shit out there, regardless of the genre, whether it's a workplace accident, whether it's a car accident, whether it's, like what Ronnie McNutt did, whether it's the Bud Dwyer stuff, for historical context or not, that shit should not be on YouTube, because the fucking age to get a goddamn YouTube count, technically, is 13, if I remember right. It should be a consensual thing, like Jim said, and it should be an adult thing. You need to be over 18 to view this shit. There's fucking videos and shit out there. There's fucking articles. There's medical studies. This shit is not fucking good for a young brain. Okay? I'm of the generation that got exposed to this shit young. I got exposed to Pain Olympics. I got exposed to fucking Best Gore, and then you would even have shit coming up on fucking Newgrounds and E-Bombs World back in the day. Shit would show up on those sites. The internet was a lot fucking crazier. I think after, 3-4 decades of having this shit, we ought to have a fucking good handle on it to where we can maybe rein some of this shit in. I think that this stuff, if it's going to be handled and if gore is going to exist in a space like YouTube, it needs to be handled with kid gloves. I'm sorry. Because honestly, you don't know who the fuck is going to come along this shit. You don't know. This is not a site where people are actively going out and seeking that kind of content. You can seek it here, but your video is just as likely to end up in a playlist and a next recommended or a next play video for somebody as it is, it's a lot different than when you're going out and looking at this shit. Okay? So to give you an idea, this video here, this is technically a gore video that can exist in full, and it's one of the only few exist in full gore videos that can probably be hosted on YouTube. And even still, it skirts the fucking guidelines. And there's a reason for that, and we're going to touch on that reason, and it's a very big fucking point that Slime Beast, that Creepy Reading, that Lazy Bedhead, that Spinling, that Scare Theater, I forgot all about Scare Theater, Cold Raven, have all brought up. Okay? And we're going to touch on that, because it's important, and that's where you see all my fucking Google tabs, if you can see them up top, which actually you don't. I forgot you can't see any of my fucking tabs. I hide everything. Anyway, as you can see, he kind of gets in from this point and starts covering darker and darker content. Again, he starts out with probably the more popular videos. The Ronnie McNutt thing was not popular at the time, I'll be honest with you. Bud Dwyer is so actually popularized. To give you an idea, it is actually, well, let's just fucking go to it. You ever heard this song?
That's why I say, hey man, I shine. Good shining man.
Hold on.
That's why I say He-Man Nation.
That's why I say, hey man nation.
Good shot, man.
Good shot, man. Well, if you've never heard this song is actually about Bud Dwyer. Bud's story is tragic and it's sad. And if you don't have the whole context, you may have just seen this scene here, which was filmed on live television playing, where he is going for a press conference, takes out a firing pin object, and one of the cameramen says, "Hey man, nice gun." And that's from there it kind of is self-explanatory. I mean, you can see the image. Oh god. 3 Guys, 1 Hammer. Oh, that's the one I fucking meant. I said 2 Guys, 1 Hammer. I've always heard it 2 Guys, 1 Hammer. It's 3 Guys, 1 Hammer. This is a at the time well-known Russian serial killers kind of thing. Don't fuck with cats on the internet. If you haven't seen that on Netflix, that covers Luca Magnotta. Luca is also a zoo sadist. Like I said, these terms are going to come up, and so I'll be referring to him because it's way easier and way kinder on my mind and yours for me to say this shit than for you to actually have to go through this stuff. I believe the 12-year-old, this was over Dota, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. The Bjork Stalker. These are all like really, really, really popular, probably like A-tier fucking gore videos. Like if you're looking at this stuff and you're looking to see this kind of stuff, that's probably one of the more popular ones that you'll end up finding very relatively easily and quickly. But as you can see, his content kind of progressed. And really where things kind of pick up and where things get interesting is right here in and around this 2-year mark. Okay. Now, as you can see, he's kind of get into some of the more, let's use his iceberg, his not safe for life iceberg concept there. And on an iceberg, you know, that stuff that we just saw, that have been your tier 1. This would be getting into your more like tier 2 through 4. Okay. This is stuff that, if you're interested in gore, you probably will have seen or heard about. And then from here, it gets into your deeper and your more darker stuff. And it's just, honestly, it's a natural progression. And I will give him that, because as you're progressing into this stuff, which it's not something that he was primarily doing, it's where you're going to end up going. Like when you get into like Wagner PMC stuff, I don't know if he's ever covered the Sledgehammer video. You can see he revisits content a lot. And even in there, he has some non-gore type stuff. This is non-gore related. Let me see here. I know I saw another one that was non-gore related. This probably could be non-gore related. Believe it or not. This is non-gore related as far as it's just true crime that's covered a lot. I mean, you can see it's interspersed, and then he's got like Mr. Beast stuff still coming in here. One Guy, One Jar. If you have ever seen that video, I apologize in advance. But yeah, and then we're going to kind of get into the more ongoing content. This is zoophilia stuff right here. I believe it actually doesn't fall under zoo sadism, even though there is definitely gore involved in that, and it's not on the animal side. And if Teddy was still hanging around, he now would have seen the connection to the horse. Um, what else? But yeah, let's start with the come on. I'm scrolling on the wrong thing. I got too many pages going on here. Apologize. All right. So, the story and the backstory of all this goes. That creepy reading was going through watching YouTube videos, and he got moved on to a video called One Girl, 99 Stomps. And you'll actually find that video right here. I actually watched all these, so that way Moth can't say I'm taking anything out of context. And I've got a little bit of notes over here. But thank you for that, Jim. Vosh definitely sees a lot of connections to horses. But anyway, One Girl, 99 Stomps, I believe, is what that creepy reading says is like the video that he stumbles upon with Plague Moth. And it gets him really, really, really interested. Mainly because in here, Moth says, hey, and it's actually still in here, and don't worry, you're not going to see anything. Obviously, it's still on fucking YouTube, but I do want to show a couple things. So we're gonna look at this video, which is the fucking ground zero for this whole fucking thing. Okay, so you've got your disclaimer of copyright. Okay, this is something that's going to come up later on, but I'm going to show you that there is not a whole lot as far as disclaimers. Okay, we're a minute and something in at that point. I'm going to play this up until he goes to do the reaction, and then I'm going to show you after that, because there's some very, 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 very important context, and I want you to see that from Plague Moth's own mouth. And you know what? This is probably where it's going to go downhill for me.
Hi everyone. So today we got a particularly disturbing video to look at, an oldie but a goldie, one you may know or may not know, because it was a shock video circa 2005, but it didn't really gain a whole lot of popularity because it was in Russia, and it didn't get a whole lot of media attention either, despite its really, really messed up backstory. I mean, in short, because it is short, a 15-year-old girl gets brutally mugged by a known thief, drug addict, and mugger, who then proceeds to stomp the ever-living hell out of her head.
That's all you really fucking need to know about this video, okay? But I'm gonna let Moth talk here a little bit because it's interesting to hear him talk. I think he's an interesting guy, and I think this is some particularly interesting stuff going on here.
And it is horrifying, and we're going to analyze that today and figure out, well, why this happened. And I'll be honest, it's kind of anticlimactic. The video itself, though, I've seen it in 2 whole pixels, but it will be uncensored on Patreon as well, and we'll analyze it there together. Again, uncensored, as well as my infamous 4 docuseries and things like that, and other uncut content. You can check out the links in the pin down in the description. I'm sorry, pin down in the comments and the description. I try to advertise in all ways I possibly can so you guys can actually see the cool extra content. But anyway, oh, Discord membership too is in that Patreon. But anyway, so this actually happened in St. Petersburg, Russia.
Okay. He's gonna give you some context on the story here. Again, we're not gonna cover the actual video. He does actually change positions for that, so it's kind of pretty easy to tell when he gets into that. But I want to look at a couple interesting things here. I want you to look, and we're going to pay big attention to this because this is going to evolve over time. So right now we're July 9th, 2021. So this has been probably when that creepy reading is, coming across this stuff. And we'll have a pretty good timeline. If you ever want to check out that creepy reading, I'll have a couple videos for each of these people's stories, so you can go check out what I think is the best. And trust me, I've watched a fuck ton of content on this. I probably can give you the best videos as far as who's who. The only one is probably I can't give you a great video on is Lazy Bedhead, and I apologize to them because I wasn't really interested in that story. because they kind of came into it like I'm coming into it now kind of thing. Just much earlier in the arc. And they've gotten a lot of undeserved fucking blowback from just being like, no, this is fucked up. And it's true. It is fucked up. They do not fucking need to be covering this shit online the way he covers it. That's one of my biggest condemnations you'll hear towards Plague Moth. But let's go back to the video here.
Where she was the lady, I keep saying lady, this 15-year-old girl.
Child.
She's remained unnamed because, well, she is a minor. She was supposedly living at a place called, what is that? Vedeniva Apartments, which, like I said, is in St. Petersburg, and she gets brutally mugged by a guy named Dmitry Chernikov. And Dmitry is a, jeez. Actually, looking at this happened, the Screamer Wiki said that it happened in 2005, but there's stuff about this prior in 2004, so I'm not even sure how old this actually is. It's not a very bloody video, but from a security camera in the lobby. Dimitri's kind of the regular asshole, loser, vagrant, low-life drug addict. So mugging somebody like in this fashion is very, very shocking, but not all that surprising, I suppose. And given Russia's history of being Russia, I kind of imagine this video to be worse than what it is, but let's take a look.
Okay, so we're not going to take a look because I'm not here for that. And plus, I think it's worthwhile to let him kind of do his thing, and this is his media. But we're going to go from where the video's done.
About it, like, I don't like it. Ugh. I love analyzing it. Ooh, super creepy though. There's actually a case, I forget who it was about, but it was a woman who was alone in a church, and this guy comes in full SWAT gear, and you can see him on the CCTV just checking doors and shit, and he ended up killing her. And like, that story used to scare the shit out of me, and it still gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, the dude was domestic. Well, I want to say domestic terrorist, but I can't remember the guy's name. I know exactly the video he's talking about. It's a black and white security video footage, and it's got no audio at all. To give you context.
It's just because I could see the footage, that kind of stuff. It's like flashlights through the dark of a house with no sound. Like
it's not that dark, I'll be honest with you.
Lack of audio, I think, kind of messes with me a lot. Just like for a lot of people.
I think oh my god, I just fucking realized that he's comparing it to him walking through a house with a flashlight, like alone in the dark kind of thing. Maybe, I don't fucking know. The video's not fucking like that at all. He makes this weird fucking, I don't know. I'm gonna shut up.
Having audio versus the visual, visceral stuff really messes with people. And this in particular, to be honest with you, isn't too shocking to me. It really isn't surprising to me, and it's really sad. But it's also not, it doesn't move this edgelord, if you will. It's just kind of like, it's sad. It's just sad to watch, but it's nothing spectacular compared to some of the other stuff I've covered, I think, as well as what I've seen.
Now, talking to fucking Plague Moth here, do you not fucking see how people got a fucking problem with this, bro? You just watched a 15-year-old girl get brutalized. I'm not going to sit there and say she got killed, because you know what? You don't fucking know what happened. Nobody fucking knows what happened. Odds are she's not doing well. But you have no fucking clue what happened. You watch these videos raw, and you tout that as your claim to fame, as we'll see. And at this point in your career, I'll say. And you wondered why people initially saw this kind of stuff and had an issue with how you were presenting this content on fucking YouTube. You literally just watched a 15-year-old girl get brutalized, and this is your reaction to that. After we didn't watch. After your audience watched your live reaction. I watched your live reaction like fucking 9 times because I was picking your fucking videos apart lately. But that's besides the fucking point.
I just can't believe that somebody, like, I guess I can, he's a fucking dope fiend. The video itself, though, like, I couldn't find it for a long time, because
Jim, that's fucking funny. Oh, thank God. I was worried that the moth might have been adversely affected. Thank God the edgelord is okay. I was worried for a second. Yeah, you'll see. I'm going to give Moth some praise later on, and I'm sorry, I'm like dyslexically reading your messages out of order here, but I remember the random YTM. Yep. We read the Vosh one. But panhandling for light bulbs. Oh God. I'm gonna get into some edgelord cringe begging stuff eventually here. I don't know how long this stream's gonna go on for, but you know what? We're going till it's gone. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, as you can see, this is exactly why fucking people didn't like your fucking video, man. It's you're calling out to a niche audience here, bro. You're trying to speak to people like me and get me to laugh, which I'm not laughing at this shit either, because I don't do fucking child sadism. Okay? And I don't do that kind of shit. I'm not into it, never have been, don't watch it, have no fucking interest in it, man. I don't even like it when it comes up in like other videos like that are fucking unrelated. Like I get genuinely pissed off when I'm viewing this kind of content and it's not fucking laid out properly on the websites where it is acceptable, where I'm going to see this shit. Yeah.
because the title was immediately eye-catching to me. I mean, holy shit.
Oh, you
I
can
mean,
mock
it
all
definitely
you want, Jim.
exaggerates what it is.
But I will give Moth some very, 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 very valuable criticism later as we progress through this timeline. I did want to point out a couple things that I feel like do get brushed off and that are not viewed positively against him. Okay. This guy, he's got a lot of negative check boxes going in his fucking corner. I'm going to give him some positive ones. And if you don't like me for that, I'm sorry. But there is some things that need to be pointed out here when it comes to Moth on both sides.
I just shoved it off to the side because I couldn't find it, and then I asked a few times from some people, and they gave me some mixed opinions, but didn't really, I mean, they just described it crudely as what it was, and that's kind of what you get in the community, you know? Be like, guy got stabbed 10 times. What are you talking about? Like, detail, man. I make videos about that.
By the way, I love that he's like pulling the community for this stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking say this. If you've ever been on the YNC Best Gore, Rotten, Horrible Videos, anywhere that has open comments, do you know the kind of people that are in the comments section or in, like, I get it. Some of this shit's made it onto Reddit. And honestly, your content up till this point, the previous fucking content was pre-K fucking kindergarten content that you will find on Reddit. Okay? You're eventually going to have to dig deeper and deeper, so I know you're fucking understanding what I'm going to talk about right now. The motherfuckers that are responding to this shit are the most racist, most fucking, and I'm not kidding, racist, like, I've seen colorful fucking derogatory terms that I never even knew fucking existed. Whether it's to be edgelord funny, I don't think so, because I think there are some genuine fucking hateful motherfuckers in this section. And there's also the whole people who get off to this stuff. And I mean, like, Vosh folder get off to this stuff. So you're pulling that crowd, man, and you're really looking for a more in-depth explanation on the fucking video?
This. But after watching it a few times, I mean,
God!
away from the sadness of it, but boy, I see why somebody thought it would be a good shock video, but at the same time, I mean, 2005, what, wasn't like Mr. Hansen shit around at that point? And there's some other things.
Yeah,
that were
I'm sure
flying around, which I clearly
I'm sure a lot of commenters are desensitized and all that. I mean, I'm desensitized to it. I watched some really fucked up shit. I've also watched some shit where it's like, wow, like it still shocks me. Jim, there is no explaining the level of hate and racism. Like, you got to understand the crowds of people we're dealing with when it comes to these videos. You've got cartel videos. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that really don't like, South America and Mexican type people that are going to definitely be in the fucking comments. Then you got a lot of people that'll come in there and fight with those kind of people. And they don't care. You got a lot of, I've noticed, especially like Marines and ex-infantry, and I think this is because of exposure, because of probably shit they've seen, especially if they served through, Kuwait, Afghanistan, fucking, I don't think you got anybody from Nam in there, but Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Desert Storm level, Somalian stuff. I mean, any of that kind of shit. There's some rough individuals in there. And then there's other people like me that are like, dude, this is fucked up.
for a couple of years. There were some people that actually thought this video was fake too, and it's not.
A lot of
this
Gore.
guy's, like, recorded in
A lot of Gore people think is fake.
prison for this. It just didn't get a whole lot of media attention, but I mean, it's bad.
And I can show you fake stuff that people banned because it looked too fucking real. One of the most banned movies, like, if you're able to see it, you probably didn't acquire it through any fucking video service, is a Serbian film. And that movie is completely fucking fake. It's literally a movie. It's a movie, like a feature-length film. You can look it up. It's got an IMDb. I think it's got an IMDb page and shit. That shit is fake. It looks pretty fucking real. And it was real fucking enough that it got banned because of a fucking scene in it. So it goes both ways. And that's not me criticizing Moth here. That is me just emphasizing the point that a lot of people think shit's fake. That's another thing you see a lot in the fucking comments.
But if there's any worse videos or anything else you'd like me to check out, even true crime, gore, whatever related, just shoot me an email or let me know in the comments down below. And like I said, if you don't know who I am already, I'm Plague Moth. Hit subscribe if you like the most controversial.
Okay. So, and that's kind of like where he's starting at, where that creepy reading came into the story. So that's the video that he saw. Obviously, I saved you the fucking gory content side of it, but good Lord. Can I just... There we go. It's way easier to do that. So, where does this stuff go from here? And why does it get to be a problem between Plague Moth and that creepy reading? So that creepy reading sees that video. If you listen to that video, and I'm not going to keep robbing the dude's content, just go back and fucking listen to it. He sits there and he says that he's got the uncensored content in his fucking Patreon and his Discord. And so at this point, that creepy reading goes, "Are you fucking kidding me, bro?" And he fucking says, "All right, I give you $5. I'll see this." And actually, it was not in the Discord. I do want to correct myself there, because things get very, very, very picky when it comes to some of this shit. It was not in the Discord. I believe it was just in the Patreon. And so he paid for the Patreon access and found out, all this shit was there. And that kind of led that creepy reading to rightfully report the Patreon. Now, Plague Moth has a big fucking problem with this. And his fucking problem / defense with this is that Patreon, you gotta be 18 in order to fucking subscribe to anybody and pay anybody for a Patreon. Yeah, you look a little over here to the right. These are both from Patreon, by the way. Are there any age restrictions? We welcome people over the age of 13. There's nothing saying, just like when you create a YouTube page, that you have to fucking be 18. There's no ID check. There's no fucking anything. Okay? There's nothing. You're wobbing of us content. So yeah. That creepy reading pulled the Smaggle, or pulled a Tommy C and wobbed everybody of content. According to Smaggle, that's not making fun of anybody related to this. If you're in commentary, you know. If not, then you don't know. Anyway, so from here, yeah, that's why he has a fucking problem, and he reports it. And then kind of from there, things die down for that creepy reading. Okay, and there's a lull in that creepy reading's arc. Okay, but not in Plague Moth, and we're gonna see what and why and what's going on here. And just remember, we're gonna come back to this fucking hardcore stuff, and we're gonna come back to it pretty fucking quickly here. Okay, so after One Girl 99 Stomps, which you could kind of could say that's hardcore. I mean, if you're getting off to that, if you're really like Vosh levels enjoying things, yeah. This then goes on to Zeus Sadism, is literally his next video. Old number 7 covers Zeus Sadism shit. You can even see, I didn't even watch the whole fucking thing. I don't like Zeus Sadism shit just as much as I don't like fucking the child shit. Most of the child shit and Zeus Sadism shit, you'll see, I don't like watching it, and then I erased it from my mind. But this whole arc right here that you can kind of see on screen, this is really I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. This is really the fucked up era of Plagued Moth. Okay, so we got One Girl 99 Stomps. It came right after the Slaughterhouse video, which, okay, the side note, fucking ISIS makes goddamn 4K gore videos, and this shit is some of the most disturbing fucking shit you've ever seen, mainly because it's not like these other fucking videos where it's filmed with half a fucking potato. It's like high quality with fucking dramatic scores, a script, typically a fucking reading, and then on top of all that shit, he also you got a little fucking gore in there for you. So it's kind of fucked up. I think I might have broke my chair, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of looking at something right now. Oh, I think I'm missing screws on that arm. Anyway, totally ADD moment. Not when you need to have one either. This gets into some of the darkest fucking goddamn gore shit you can get into probably for this time, okay? So, Venezuelan prison. One Guy 5 Shotgun is probably the one I'm least familiar with here. This is a true crime story that is absolutely the most brutal true crime story you could ever look up in your fucking life. But we're not here for this stuff. Nope. We're here because, so he starts with these dark web videos, and he says he gets a couple videos from the dark web. And again, I really don't want to fucking go through this, but if you listen to the beginning of this, he says a lot of the same stuff that he says in One Girl 99 Stomps. Okay, so going back to this video, we're looking at, I don't want to play the video. Okay, we're not playing. I just want to get a date. July 2021. God. Okay. What the hell? His videos, as you can see, the thumbnails change, so it's kind of like easy enough for me to track where I am now that I've been through this shit enough time. So anyway, he gets into the more disturbing and dark gore stuff, and sometime around this, I don't know whether it's in his videos here, as in this upload, or whether it is his video, it's uncensored content. But we're gonna watch the beginning of the Amber Alert thing, and this is gonna be the one where I'm gonna tell you, be advised. I'm gonna stop it when we get into right here. So 4:30, I'm gonna cut it off. I just want you to watch the beginning though. Holy shit, he's got so much dead air in the beginning.
Hello, everyone. I'm Plagued Moth. You know that already. And I'm sure a lot of you have some questions.
So you got about 4 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so I ran into some issues with Patreon. I don't know if this is going to be solved by the time I have this video uploaded, but regardless, don't worry.
So what has happened now in the timeline? You got that creepy reading reported the stuff to Patreon. Patreon stuff got taken down. Okay, at least temporarily, but you'll see it evolves from there. I'm going to let Moth kind of explain this. By the way, gray face Moth.
The Patreon will be coming back. It's no big deal. We're just going to have to reformat some things. Now, that being said, people are probably scared that there's going to be no uncensored content. But I have a way to give you your uncensored content.
Tommy Gore.
Do not fret. However, the enticing thing here is one thing I will tell you that is changing is that any tier of the Patreon will get you Discord access from here on out. I have no access to the page, though, right now. Handling some stuff, there were some terms of service changes and stuff, and my page was basically found in violation. I mean, ooh, surprise! So the reason I'm not stressed about it is because their appeal team is really cool, and I'm more than happy to comply. It's a simple boo-boo, just fix it, okay? No biggie. But today I got something kind of special for you. Today I got something straight literally from the dark web once again, just like
from the dark web.
Except I can't find a damn thing about this online. And it is a Gore mixtape. I actually have a few that I'm sitting on that are from Tor, and these were given to me by someone who...
Okay, first of all, Plague Moth, I'm sure you're a connoisseur of Gore, but let's see when this is. August of 2021. I absolutely know I've seen this picture on a mixtape pop up on... I don't know. Was it the Y? No. I don't know. It wasn't the YSC because I typically didn't go on that page. It was on a page known for Gore content. Before your video, I think. So let's. I don't think it's worth saying that you broke the fucking story here, but I could be wrong. Maybe you did. My memory might be flawed.
Who wish to remain anonymous. The two I received were called Amber Alert and Suffer Little Children. And you know, with titles like that, they're obviously going to be wholesome family.
God forbid he sit there and say that he broke the TOS. It's just that the TOS suddenly changed and he was caught completely off guard.
Friendly content. Oh, fun for the whole family.
Aside from the fucking annoying Mickey voice, hold on, I want you guys to hear that again.
And it is a Gore mixtape. I actually have a few that I'm sitting on that are from Tor, and these were given to me by someone who wished to remain anonymous. The two I received were called Amber Alert and...
Okay. For anybody who's lived in the dark ages and doesn't know how Tor works and all the dark web shit works, you live right now in the clear web. You're above ground, okay? We'll just put it that way. You're in the lovely daylight of the earth, okay? In here you got things like Google and stuff like that. Well, when you get into the dark web and the subterranean parts of the world, you don't really have like Google. You gotta have actual like like a web address. We'll just put it that way. Makes shit simple. And that web address will take you to a page. Sometimes that page contains other web addresses, but you're literally web address to a web address to a web address in order to navigate around this shit. There is no like real, at least not when I was ever on the dark web. There's no fucking like links pages or anything like that. It's because of the way that this portion of the internet is set up. So in order to get there, he would have been given a link. That link would have gone to a Hurtcore page. Okay? This is fucking Hurtcore. And he says it's Hurtcore. And he says it multiple times. This fucking bothers me because he really sits there and he plays this fucking video up like no fucking tomorrow so many times later on down the road. And this is probably one of my biggest fucking criticisms of fucking Plague Moth when it comes to his content. Okay? He's got other criticisms that he can have down with other things. This is my criticism with his fucking content right here. This video, I don't think he has a single video that subjects the listener to worse content. And I'm going to really drive this fucking one home. So I apologize. I'm going to go back just 5 seconds again, just so you kind of get where everything's going. I really fucking want you all to hear all this shit. Like I said, we're just going up to the 4-minute and 30-second mark.
Mixtape. I actually have a few that I'm sitting on that are from Tor, and these were given to me by someone who wished to remain anonymous. The two I received were called Amber Alert and Suffer Little Children. And you know, with titles like that, they're obviously going to be just wholesome, family-friendly content. One for the whole family! But no, I'm expecting some really depraved stuff. I'm going in blind right now as far as the actual content. I do know that it contains no illegal footage, which is always cool.
I have a huge criticism with this because you will not hear the content. I will not fucking play this shit on my fucking stream. You went in blind into this fucking video. Okay, man? You went in blind to this fucking video? What the fuck were you gonna do if fucking Daisy's Destruction just fucking popped on in the middle of the thing and everyone's like, oh no, it's fine. You just fucking trusted whoever the fuck, like, because he reviews this fucking blind.
I always vet that before I do anything.
He's vetting that. How the fuck are you vetting that? Because you're taken completely fucking off guard by this video yourself, motherfucker. Oh. I'm gonna go back again. Sorry.
I'm going in blind right now as far as the actual content. I do know that it contains no illegal footage, which is always cool. I always vet that before I do anything anyway. Otherwise, this video wouldn't be on YouTube right now.
This guy is taken by surprise by his own fucking video. And you know what? You can go out and you can watch this. I wouldn't suggest it because of how he's taken surprise. Or taken by surprise. I'm getting like so worked up that I'm forgetting English. But this fucker is totally caught off guard by what he fucking plays. And it is fucking Hurtcore. This is shit. Again, let's go back to what is Hurtcore? So it's a form of extreme cheese pizza with usually involving degrading violence, bodily harm, unaliving, relating to CSA. Okay? This video doesn't have CSA that he ever says in it. He never shows anything, blurred or not. But what he does do the courtesy of is having a fucking blurred video in the corner and playing the fucking unmolested audio. And I know I just used that word there, but just to drive the fucking point home, it is awful. Okay? And I was so mad when I heard this for the first time. Yeah, I'm so mad. I've gone to a different language. You don't expose people to this without at least giving them a heads up. And the only heads up that you've given up to this point in your video, and I'm going to let you continue to speak on your video here. We'll go back to it. But the only thing you've said is that it's disturbing material. You later on, you are the fucking one to call this hurtcore. I thought it was hurtcore when I immediately fucking heard it. But you actually go as far as calling this shit hurtcore later on.
I'd be giving you a
So don't blame me. I'm not mislabeling. I'm literally using the same fucking description as you, and I'm coming from the same fucking area as you. And don't look at me like that when you're surprised.
post about why I'm not posting this and why I contacted the FBI. I chose the Amber Alert mixtape first because it was the most haunting title to me. Amber Alerts are fucking creepy, just like any weather alert and stuff. Those are really just disturbing kind of content. Well, sounds. I don't know why I said disturbing content. My ad reads and stuff are getting the better of me. But no doubt I would expect some of the most disturbing content with titles like these, and I was already told to expect worse than Snuff R73, and to me at the time of watching that was probably the worst thing I've seen, just because it's one of
And Snuff R73. That straight up contains a lot of child gore. Like I'm like actual pictorial depiction of child gore and some videography. It's a blend, according to him. Like, you've seen the fucking viewing history. You saw that I was started to watch the fucking video. I was done with it. I don't have it.
One of the only things that made me feel anything as far as gore goes. It really kind of, I don't want to say it messed me up, but it was really disturbing. But before we get into that hot mess, I would like to introduce probably my coolest sponsor I've ever had, Hunt-A-Killer. If you like things like escape rooms and obviously true crime,
I'm letting this play.
Then Hunt-A-Killer is for you. It's a great way to get everybody who's vaccinated together and back to socializing from the 2020 pandemic, as well as, you can even play this on Zoom. I like to actually hop online with my friends and just get on Zoom and play this game. It is so much fun. Each delivery, you'll sift through piles of documents, evidence photos, audio recordings, and case files, eliminating suspects and identifying murder weapons to finally catch the killer, till you finally crack the case. And like I said, it's like an escape room delivered right to your door. And for each purchase, part of the proceeds for every box goes to the Cold Cases Foundation, an organization that's dedicated to, well, of course, helping crack real-life cold cases. And that's another thing. Since I started playing this, it's really hard to tell that you're not actually
Nothing says let's watch child harm videos than how about getting your next favorite board game?
Participating and solving a cold case. It's that immersive and fun. I recommend this to anybody. And in fact, I got something special for you right now. If you go to huntakiller.com/plaguedmoth and use code plaguedmoth, you're going to get 20% off your first box.
Yeah.
That's an excellent deal. But
don't go buy that though until after you watch this Gore video.
just make sure you're using code plaguedmoth or you're not going to get that 20% discount.
Remember that.
Do you have what it takes to hunt a killer? Without further ado, however, let's see if my mind is going to break this time. Let's see how far we can push the envelope here, and let's look at a dark web mixtape entitled Amber Alert.
Okay, stopping there. All right. I'm going to hover to show you this. Okay, so you can see kind of how he does these videos. He's got a blurred, and it doesn't do it justice to play the video. I can clearly fucking make out the shit. It's blurred though, I'll give him that. And that is how that's gonna play into something later on here that I figured out. But you can kind of see anybody with half a brain, especially when you're watching this play, you can definitely make things out. And things kind of go downhill right here. And I'm just going to go literally to the point where, yeah, this video. I want you to see his genuine reaction to stopping this fucking video. And I kind of want to get it like almost at the second. This is literally about as close as I can fucking get you.
In here, Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now. That was fucking horrible.
Thought you vetted all these videos.
That was absolutely abhorrent. That was fucking terrible. That was a bad one. Holy shit. I can't even do a full thing where we go into this on the side and uncensored. No.
Why? You vetted this. Could it be because it's hurtcore? Is that why you don't want to do this on the side, Matt? I almost called you Max. Moss. Is that why you don't want to do this, Moss?
There was nothing illegal
Maxie walked
in this mixtape. I knew that before I had it. And even if there was, the precautions for this, as people wonder, what I simply do is I contact the FBI. Has it have to happen yet? No, but that's what I would do. I can be completely transparent with law enforcement because I do nothing that is illegal. I have no intentions of doing so.
I will say this much. What he says right there is a point that he carries through a lot of his videos. And as far as I can tell you, not being a legal, of any legal fucking background, honestly, is that, yeah, he's right. What he's doing is not technically illegal. But as sure as shit is funny, because if you go and you look at those articles that I was showing at the beginning of the fucking stream, the actual news articles, there's even one somewhere else that I've seen where someone literally just having the material got them fucking arrested because of what they had. Like, if you're found in possession of this stuff at the right time, guess what? It's a fucking jailable offense. And I think it was fucking, I don't know if it was Lux or Scully, one of the two. Lux. It was Lux. If you go back and you watch if you go back and read the article from Lux, he actually had, and he forgot, it was on his phone, a trample video with an infant, and two other abuse videos that did not involve sexuality at all. And he got charged for that shit. So, you know what? Maybe that's a nuance of fucking Australia, but I sure as shit don't want to be the fucking one to sit there and test this shit in fucking America. You can do it. You can have at it. Not my fucking thing.
This is not illegal, but it fucking should be. It is that bad. Whoever made this really, really was going for shock value. I mean, to give you a breakdown here in a third.
He's going to go through the content here. You notice how easy it is for me to navigate past the gore content and like all this other stuff because he's got timestamps laid out in his video. It's really freaking easy. I mean, it's not like it's something that once a video is published on YouTube, I just want to show you because, you know, maybe this doesn't drive the fucking point home enough for people here. I just want to show you, you know, once you go to a fucking page and have a video, you can't ever go back in and add timestamps or change something. Never. Or delete something out. Or even put something in the middle. Like, you cannot do that and just easily click save or something. Yeah, this stream element thing is going for it. He said he contacted the FBI at the start of the video. No, he never says he says that if it contained any CSAM, he would have contacted FBI and all that. And that he vetted this video through some process that he never discloses. But like I said, if we go back, and I will literally try and get to the second, I really want to show you like just how awful. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you guys because I don't want this to be played. So you guys can hear me, but now you can't hear
Very
anything.
unfortunate and very fucking disgusting. And
Okay, so it should be totally muted for you when I just played that. Okay. So that way, if anything happens here, I'm not going to get... All right.
so like this is like the aftermath of something that happened.
We're going to go back just a couple. As a control. That was... Goddamn. There we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Now how did I speed it back up? That's definitely not what I wanted. But that gets me what I want here. Oh, just period or comma. Okay. All right. Yeah, so, yeah, this is the face of a man who knows he fucked up. Okay. All right. So let's unmute. Okay, now you guys should be able to hear this. I want you to hear just how fucking quickly he realizes he fucked up. As I don't fucking play it.
There's a lot of bad in here. Okay.
Yeah. That. Oh, and you said in 220 in this video.
I'm not posting this on why I contacted the FBI.
Yeah. That's for context.
I always vet that before I do anything anyway. Otherwise, this video wouldn't be on YouTube right now. I'd be giving you a post about why I'm not posting this and why I contacted the FBI.
So that's what he says he would be doing if he didn't vet this. He wouldn't be covering this because he vetted this. And then again, like, literally...
Okay. So I'm going to tell you right now. That was fucking horrible. That was absolutely abhorrent. That was fucking terrible.
Yeah. He vetted this fucking video. You can tell, Slime Beast. He put a lot of fucking work into vetting this video. I need to have simple Google search, even though... Yeah, literally nobody's ever found that. Nuts. I think that's like one of the biggest like urban legends is trying to find the origin of that and the Covenant of the Ark. Or the Ark of the Covenant. Jesus Christ, can you tell I'm not religious? Anyway, back to me navigating these timestamps really fucking easily to find where he talks about not the fucking stuff in this video.
Explain this more in depth. I think we can explain this more in depth first, and yes, I'm going to do the dive into the other mixtape as well. Let's kind of review some of the scenes,
this is what I wanted.
A little more how Johnny does it, because he's more organized with it. He actually takes notes and fucking sits there. I go within I go in balls deep with you guys.
I appreciate it.
Right away. We do it different, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not as organized.
I couldn't fucking tell this man was not organized. Wait a minute. Should I go back and play the whole I vetted this video and then the oh fuck I fucked up face?
So some of the, I'm just going to tell you some of the most intense and worst scenes in this, okay?
No, save it. I thought that's what you fucking talked about up to this point.
I expect things like these to come out of the woodwork a lot more often now. Because of the rise in popularity in gore, and there's a part of me that wants to see this really exposed and out there and come mainstream. And what I mean by that is, no, I don't think people should go making gore like videos and killing each other. I'm not trying to say some stupid.
He thinks this shit should be mainstream. I don't agree. I do not fucking agree. This goes back to the whole fucking hurtcore thing. He calls it, and I love these fucking pause. He has the greatest pause faces. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, I don't even want to like change all of this. This goes back to me fucking talking about. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the sub. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. It helps out a lot. But yeah, it goes back to the whole hardcore thing. I'm going to show you because we're going to look at this video next. I'm going to go a little bit out of order. We're going to jump up in the fucking timeline. But it's really fucking important you guys see some stuff that he says in the beginning of this fucking video next. Obviously, I'm not playing 45 minutes of the man's content.
But stuff like that. What I'm trying to say is, I want this kind of stuff to be out there and exposed to show people this is the reality of the world. And the more people understand this, whether it's from a sense...
But it has to be fucking consensual, man. It has to fucking be. You cannot... It exists in a consensual manner right now, okay? It really fucking does. I can go out there, I can list off sites right now that you can go find this stuff that are not fucking Reddit, like you say on a lot of this stuff. You pushed everybody towards Reddit. Okay? I'm telling you, it exists out there. It is not restricted access as far as like you're not going to the dark web to find this shit. It exists right here, right now, in the clear web. You can find this shit. And you can find it without the stuff that you fucking mention. Because you mentioned some other shit in this other fucking video, which tells me that you really ran into some shit looking for this video. And I think that's fucked up, bro. Like, I don't know why nobody has fucking called you out on this shit. But this fucking video right here could have fucking easily done you in so fucking long ago that you don't even fucking realize it. And forget that creepy reading. The right fucking drama tuber found this shit. You'd have been fucking cooked, bro. You'd have been fucking done. Because the shit that I've seen between this video and this other video down here that we're going to watch, like I said, it's your video. You do a more in-depth and appropriate coverage. I will give you that. You do a better job in this other fucking video than right here. Obviously, having vetted the actual video this time.
Certain perspective from my channel or someone else's, or reading about it, or actually seeing it as whatever. You know, that's a preferential thing. I just don't think anybody should have to be exposed to gore without consent. You know, nothing should be without consent in this world.
You just did that.
I think
you just fucking did that to how many fucking people? There's not a fucking trigger warning in this goddamn description. Nothing. No fucking trigger warning. There was no fucking trigger warning at the beginning of this fucking video. You just exposed a lot of people to shit that you didn't fucking vet. That you said you had somebody else vet, and you knew it didn't have illegal content. That's the only fucking thing you knew. And then you really second-guessed yourself when you got to the fucking clip that you got to where you stopped this fucking video. Holy shit, bro. How can you sit there and say this shit?
That this, it's just interesting in retrospect, viewing my career or what I thought my career was going to be and what it is. It's really, really weird. But there's not a whole lot more to say about this. I kind of am just jarred by this in general. This was probably the most disturbing shit I've seen in a long time. So, if you like what you saw, please like and subscribe. Dislike it if you don't.
But you think it belongs in the ether of being easily accessible, which it already fucking does. Like I said, it already fucking does. And you think that people should be able to access it as long as they have consent, even though you just totally fucking robbed anybody of that shit. Okay? The shit that you and that creepy reading have big fucking beef about is right here in this fucking video. And it's a fucking justified reason. I'm going to tell you that. It's a justified reason. Because I wasn't watching the video when I heard it the first time. And I can tell you, there is no mistaking what you hear. Just like you have other videos later on, but you're a little more fucking subtle about it, especially with your new stuff. Especially with the new stuff. You're a lot more subtle about it. I'll give you that. That's where I'm going to give you some credit later on. But this was unadulterated in your fucking ear hole. Okay? Let's go on to this, because I want people to see.
Creators and content.
Okay. We're going to skip the edgy intro. Jesus Christ, I thought I skipped the edgy intro.
Of Gore focused solely on the death and abuse
Again,
This video contains content that is very real and extremely disturbing. The topic centers around a compilation of gore focused solely on the death and abuse of children, its origins, creators, and contents. This video is meant to educate and explain in depth and to dull the curiosity this mixtape brings. Do not search for this compilation. You have been warned.
do you not see? Like, you obviously were intelligent enough to change this. May 2022, okay? Just want to go back real quick. I almost got real bad right there. Thank God it was at that point. So not even a full calendar year. You're talking 10 months. No. 9 months, I believe. You totally fucking changed from this on the same content. Okay? Same content.
Its origins, creators, and contents. This video is meant to educate and explain in depth and to dull the curiosity this mixtape brings. Do not search for this compilation. You have been warned.
So now you don't want people to search for it because you gotta say that. And I'm gonna demonstrate why the fuck you gotta say that shit. And I know why you were saying that stuff right here. Because you're smart. You're not a dumbass. You're not fucking stupid. You do stupid shit, but you're not fucking stupid. And I'm going to show how not stupid you are. But you did a lot of things here for a fucking reason. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's cover that shit now. So I don't got to keep fucking having tabs open up top here. We're going to go to the fucking privacy policies and everything else. Because a lot of bullshit stems from that. I shouldn't say bullshit. But I didn't even read chat. Sorry, I've been like so spaced out. I haven't even read chat. I've been yelling at Moth through videos of the past. I'm yelling at ghosts of the past here. Anyway, this is YouTube. YouTube's terms of service. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how to explain this to somebody that really doesn't give a shit about this stuff. So you got your community guidelines, which is kind of like your rules that you want to follow. Okay. And you got the community guidelines is part of the terms of service as a whole. Okay. The terms of service as a whole is kind of like the rule book. It's got legal shit in there. It's got non-legal shit in there, like the community guidelines. Okay. The community guidelines then has policies. Okay. And in those policies, that's where you get in a little bit of trouble with some of the stuff that you do here, Moth. So what happened was he got some of these videos were reported. Now, I don't remember in the timeline if TCR was the one to report them. But you know what? Even if it wasn't, it's a whole litany of fucking shit. But this policy is specifically the policy that Moth is in violation of with the first version of that video. Okay? So, violent or gory content intended to shock or disgust viewers. Now, he literally uses the word shock several times, and I think I'd have to double check if going through the whole transcript. I think he might even use the word disgust or disgusting in that video, okay? Or content encouraging others to commit violent acts, okay? So this is a big no-no for them. They don't want this kind of stuff. We're not going to stop there. We're going to go through this for a couple of different fucking things. It goes on to say, if you believe anybody's in imminent danger, tell the applicable authorities, stuff that Mama Max never learned, but what this policy means for you. If you're posting content, don't post content on YouTube if it fits any of the descriptions noted below. So, animal abuse, I'm not going to be able to honestly cover very well, but you could go on to say that there is violations here because I know the video, Mr. Hands. I've never watched it. I know what it includes. I've seen the descriptions. Not my fucking cup of tea. And then you also have the other video that was just prior towards the Amber Alert and all, and One Girl 99 Psalms. It might have been just after that. I'd have to look back at what it was called, but I'm totally blanking on the title now. But anyway, that involved, I believe, some animal abuse in it, as well as child gore. But you are very smart in that you protected yourself. You never showed imagery. Okay? You're very, very, very good at not showing the imagery. So what they don't like is they don't like footage, audio, or imagery involving road accidents, natural disasters, war aftermath, terrorist attacks, street fights, physical attacks, immolation, torture, corpses, protests or riots, robberies, medical procedures. You get a gray area with that, and we're going to touch on the gray area shit, because that's where Moth is squeaked by with the what he does. Okay, and there is ways to do this stuff and cover this content and be 100% within community guidelines in terms of service. Okay. Yeah, he does sneak stuff into the thumbnails too. He definitely has broken on that. But, or other scenarios with the intent to shock or disgust viewers. Honestly, Moth, I don't know what the fuck that Amber Alert video is for, other than to shock or disgust. Like I said, I'm in the gore I do gore content. I don't like the fucking child stuff and everything else. And I tell you what, I really don't fucking like what you did there, man. I do not fucking like what you did there, bro. That was fucked up. But it goes on to talk about bodily fluids, blood, vomit, massive injuries, severed limbs. Like it doesn't want you showing that kind of stuff. Okay. We get into the animal abuse stuff, and then dramatized, basically the dramatized or fictional content. This is kind of going back to like what I was talking about with like a Serbian film, where it's extremely shocking and graphic, and it can also get to the point where it's hard for the audience. If the audience has a hard time discerning between if it's real or fake, that can actually get you in trouble. Without you actually explicitly coming out and saying it is fake. Okay, so how the hell does he skirt these guidelines, right? So here's another policy that we're going to look at. This is the harmful or dangerous content. Now, Moth also touches on a couple things in here. He goes on, this covers illegal activities at risk of serious physical harm or death. And this has a specific outline for minors. Okay. And I'm going to read that. Minors participating in dangerous activities. Content that endangers the emotional and physical well-being of minors. For more information, review our child safety policy. And if you go to the child safety policy, it's kind of just generic BS that just says, we don't like kids in any of these themes. Okay. So content that targets minors and families, but contains. So he's not doing misleading content. What he does would fall under this harmful actual section here because of what was in that Amber Alert video. It actually contains this right here. Okay. Contains audio of that, but things get a little fuzzy when you start looking at these things. And you go, how the fuck can it get fuzzy when he had that stuff and it's laid out here black and white? How the fuck is this video not taken down? How is it still available on YouTube right fucking now? We literally just watched it. I played back and forth and even went to different timestamps, like when Slime Beast pointed out a timestamp. I jumped to it, right? How the fuck can I do that? This shit shouldn't be on there, right? And we're gonna get into that next here. But basically, this kind of gets into there's other different illegal content here. But like I said, harmful content is really what we're kind of focusing on. Extremely dangerous challenges. This would be like stuff like you've seen on TikTok where they got out of the car and they did the fucking stupid dance. Yeah. That would be extremely dangerous content. They don't want that kind of shit here. Okay? At least that's what they say. And again, you're like, how the hell did he get this fucking shit on YouTube? He's clearly fucking breaking this stuff, right? Well, if you go through the harmful and dangerous content, and I believe it is even in the violence or graphic content policies, you start really reading through this bitch. There is a section. This one talks about a section with external links, but it does have this section right here where it talks about educational content and talks about what we may allow that kind of graphic content in some cases where it talks about educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content. And this EDSA is an acronym. And this acronym actually has its own policy, believe it or not. And that policy is under here. You can actually get to it through, which is stupid. I don't know why it's not linked under the other one. But if you go to here, there is a learn about how YouTube evaluates EDSA. We're going to learn about this shit. Welcome to EDSA, and I strongly believe this is entirely how Moth has gotten his content along, because this is where it puts his content into a gray area. Now, most of this basically says that, hey, content that does not get EDSA exceptions. We're going to read this first because this is important. So, CSAM, nope, doesn't matter. Video, still imagery, or audio of violent physical essay. Okay? Footage filmed by the perpetrator of a deadly or major violent event that shows weapons, violence, or injured victims. Unmodified re-uploads, instructional stuff, and that's really about it, aside from like doxing information and all that. Okay, so you're like, okay, well, how the fuck, right? How the fuck is he getting by when clearly right here it says footage filmed by the perpetrator? He has that stuff. He has audio of violent physical altercations, not SA. So that's going to be our first thing, because it's not strictly SA. That's how I think he's skirting around this small portion here, because this and this are kind of covered together. You got CSAM, which would be the child side of it, and then anything that would involve, say, like rape and sodomy, whatever you want to call it, that would fall. Anything involving adults would also be covered by this second bullet point here. So, okay, well, he does have stuff, and you can go and watch where he's got footage filmed by the perpetrator of a deadly event that shows weapons, violence, or injured victims. Yes, he technically does have that, but we got to go up here. And if you start at the beginning of this policy, he's got, where is it? I want to make sure I get the right one here. Right here, examples of basic facts. And we're going to cover this top to bottom. So this is where it can kind of get gray area. And this is basically a left column, right column way to view this document, okay? So these things on the left column are things that are likely going to allow you to get that EDSA exception. So basically any security footage that showed a violent robbery, kind of like 99 Stomps. And details include where and when the crime took place and why the video is posted. Now this portion to me is kind of interesting, because you could technically get Moth on this, And this is the only area in EDSA that I've found so far that you could technically get Moth on this stuff. And it's because he does sit there and say, if you remember the 99 Stomps video, he says it's a woman. He even says her name, I believe. I don't know. Definitely gives an age. Definitely gives the perpetrator's name. Gives an account of where it's taking place, and then gives a, whether you agree with it or not, awful or great commentary of the video. Well, technically he checks this box. He doesn't have any surgery stuff. He doesn't have any brief nudity stuff. And this is the other stuff that I found that kind of can maybe wiggle its way in. Footage of violence in which people are seen suffering fatal injuries that include production credits letting them know that it's fake. And you can see kind of the things that are dissuaded. What this whole thing, and why I'm like sitting here showing you fucking YouTube policies, and I'm sure you're enthralled by all this. I'm sure this is exactly how you want to spend your Friday night, is going over this shit. But let me tell you, I went through all of this shit. Every one of these policies. I read through them. And like I said, a lot of stuff that is a no-no in one of these policies gets that little asterisk. And that little asterisk just basically says, hey, if you blur the content and you follow these very fucking vague guidelines, then it becomes EDSA exceptions. So this gets into a whole lot of shit. Like, if you want to debate YouTube policies and stuff, I think YouTube already has the correct fucking policies in place. I don't think that they're not honoring them. I think that Moth, with how he's done his content, has put them into a gray area on where you're really getting down to personal choice on whether this stuff falls under, hey, it broke this policy, and so it's subject to the holy shit, the 3 strikes shit, and possible channel termination, which would happen under this policy. And then he suddenly floats over into this gray land where there's so many different loopholes for him to get through. And it's shitty. It's really fucking shitty. But this is how his content can exist on YouTube, whether you agree with it or not. Now, I think that there needs to be some fucking amendments to this goddamn policy, as far as like, okay, if you're going to have all this shit, at least have like notifications for like, hey, this contains this kind of material. Hey, like anything to pretext the end user that's watching this to know, hey, this might not be my fucking cup of tea. Okay? Goes into that whole consent thing that you were big on with the first video there, Moth. Anyway, and again, you know, it's not like you can't add these timestamps or these fucking things in later on. Absolutely can't do that kind of shit. Can't be bothered. That was my side rant on YouTube policies. I'm going to close these tabs out now.
And moving into the summer months of the year.
And I'm going to play this a little bit more because he covers the content completely fucking different here.
I began,
mind you, it's less than a year later. We're talking 9 months, I believe.
Doing more review and reaction style videos relating to Gore, and my channel was blowing up with crazy videos.
And this is him talking about his own stuff for a majority of the first part here. So it's not even like, we're not even going to get back into covering, like, I'm not going to subject anybody to what the content is in the video, but I am going to fucking speed him up because he talks slow as shit in this fucking video. Let's go on.
This was convenient for me in a way. Admittingly, the videos around the time were kind of lazy, and more just raw review videos of Gore with a bit of the backstory tied in. However, given my life situation, I was moving and getting those kind of things in a row with my family, it worked out really well. People really enjoyed it, I had a lot of fun. Everyone did, except for the tear-soaked Reddit boards, of course.
And just to touch on what you're saying there, Jim, in those policies, it actually says it can be subject to age restriction. That EDSA stuff gives it a little bit of a loophole. it can still be EDSA and age restricted, or it could fall completely outside of EDSA and get removed. It's really fucking, it's circular language. There's a lot of circular fucking language used. And I think anybody on any type of content, if we want to like get into the heart of like slime beasts and that creepy readings arguments, where honestly, as far as I've seen talking with these guys, they don't got a fucking problem with your content. They're worried about your content causing another adpocalypse. That's a big fucking concern. I tell you what, from watching the content myself, it's a big fucking concern for me. And I have like no fucking monetary shit at risk here.
Of course.
Oh, it absolutely needs rewritten and clarified. I think honestly, it needs to be like they're more progressing to now, where there's it's good in a way. These kinds of videos need to pop up where the user acknowledges what they're about to watch before the video starts. It has to have something like that. Then you take responsibility off the creator and put it on the user. It's not a perfect system. Okay? It's never going to be a fucking perfect system. If we want YouTube to remain the way it's going to fucking remain, which is half-ass decent right now, it's got to stay this way. Like, you know, people sit there all the time. They have problems with the fucking, and we're going to touch on that because it's literally covered with this shit too. People contacting, and filing false DMCA strikes and false, copyright or, privacy, false privacy and false DMCA. And there is honestly nothing YouTube can do about that. And it's a very, very unique thing in that once you understand it, you understand why YouTube can't do anything, because the minute they step in to do something, it's going to ruin YouTube. I do not want them to change this system, because the system literally exists in a perfect vacuum where every step outside of this system will fucking ruin YouTube and any other content site like this. YouTube operates in a safe harbor environment. Okay, and what does a safe harbor environment mean? Well, the best way to think about it is literally to take the literal fucking terms. A harbor, okay? A harbor is somewhere where a bunch of ships can collect. The ships in this case are fucking video and content, okay? All this content resides in the harbor of which is YouTube, okay? YouTube's the harbor. The little fucking boats, that's your content, okay? Think of it that way. Easy, okay? If you sit there and somebody... As I'm trying to think of how to put this in the terms now that I've kind of fucked myself with. If you're sitting there and you have a problem with a certain boat in YouTube's harbor, YouTube just has to offer you the ability to file the correct paperwork and the correct complaints about that. It cannot be involved in the process. And that goes into the DMCA side of stuff and everything else. Now, things that involve YouTube policy, that is different. That is completely under YouTube's controlled discretion, and that is where these guys and gal are coming from with this content. This violates YouTube's own policies. Now, they've written circular language in their policies, so we can either hold them accountable and they need to change it, but I think they've also done a very good job. And I'm going to show you the contrast. And you're going to see the progression of content. I think that Plague Moth has gotten better on the content. And I want to be very fucking clear. The content has gotten better. The content of the man. The content of his channel, though, is a lot better.
I typically covered individual gore videos and true crime at this time. However, I began dabbling into mixtapes as well. A gore mixtape is a popular term for a compilation of gore clips. Okay. Often these sorts of videos are titled, themed, and have cover art as well. The fascination of production with these films dates back to the 1960s and 70s, with Mondo films like the Mondo Kane series, for example, and often would be set up in a mockumentary style, sometimes with full-on real gore.
Okay, and he's going to just talk about like a brief history here. We don't need to cover all this content, but he gets into like Faces of Death and stuff like that. That's technically a mixtape. Faces of Death has a lot of varied content in it. Mixtapes, as they are seen now, typically have real content in them. They're compilations of real content. I don't know about the Mondo shit that he talks about, but I can tell you with Faces of Death, it had a blend of some of the stuff was real and some of the stuff was dramatizations, whatever you want to call it. It's like Disneyland, Pirates of the Caribbean. Some of that used to be real. A lot of it's fake. And if you know the reference there, it's probably because you... Let's drag her. Yeah, honestly, it does. And a really good... if you want to get into YouTube policy, one of the best people to explain YouTube policy has been Nick. Nick Diorio really understands the shit. And it gets into, he's had several debates on it, and people genuinely do not understand most of the time why everyone's like, YouTube's a broken system. It needs fixed. You can't keep trying to fix this. And there's other parts of this you cannot fucking fix at all, because the minute you try and fix it, you're going to break it. You're going to ruin it. You cannot fix this into being the perfect arena. It's never going to be.
And the interconnected underground of these many groups who enjoy the exploitation content in Gore. With that comes promotion, competition.
But yeah, anyway, sorry to go back and touch on Slime Beast's point there. Yeah, he does actually have heavily edited versions of oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna cough. Hold on. I'm just gonna play the video.
An ego. Reddit in particular, while useful at times, is a generic cesspool of degenerates who poise themselves as a guiding compass of morality.
Okay. So going back to Slime Beast's argument, yes, he has actually had imagery related to corpses in his content, and he's even he's had a lot of different things. Like, technically, going back to what I'm saying, you know, when you get into the cartel stuff, that is video and audio footage of a murder. It also gets into organized criminal acts, you know, even touching on like the ISIS videos and stuff like that. That's stuff where you can basically kind of look at it. You got to really be particular, because what was the one video I was watching from him, just to get context, because I wanted to see how he covered this stuff. He covered one of the ISIS cage videos. And now the ISIS cage videos, why do I say it like that? Because they've actually done a lot of awful creative things with these cages. From think of a dunk tank to immolation. Okay? And they've done just some awful stuff with this. Well, he actually does show the ISIS video up until the point of the execution. And then I don't remember if he showed after the execution, but there's a lot of stuff in there that if anybody's really interested in like picking apart Moth's content, I'd be looking there. And the reason being is that the dialogue that is used in a lot of those videos is, I don't want to say inflammatory. It is inflammatory, but it's also to try and draw people into their cause. So you'd have to get people that translate and understand different languages in order to really articulate and go after that portion of his content.
But there is an oversaturation of mixtapes from there alone and their fandom that many copycats have been cycled around well-known compilations such as Empty Pope, Snuff R73, and even Amber Alert. And in their inability to get certain mixtapes, and in their copycatting, they like to spread rape and even CSEM content in these tapes.
So he's speaking right here about CSEM. So there is also a side of this that is without the S that I've seen described in a lot of this stuff. And that's where I think with this content, he ought to be very fucking careful, and probably it'd be smarter to fucking avoid this shit completely in the future.
Just for the sake of one-upping each other. Not to mention all of the lies and urban legends created.
But really, pay attention to this. I know we went off on a big fucking detour and everything with the fucking policies and all that shit. Pay attention to this video. Listen to what he says when he describes the actual video. And when he's talking about keywords that, like I started my stream out with, hurt core. Hurt core will be mentioned in this video. In the very beginning here. And you've already seen CSEM. But he will talk about exploitation. Exploitation is a key word in a lot of this shit.
Including the extremely racist One Guy, Five Shotguns myth created by a well-known child predator who is still active on multiple Gore and Iceberg subreddits. And the widely spread myth of an extended cut of Snuff R73. The myth fabricated to bring popularity to the r/Mondo Gore subreddit, and its illegal untaxed sales of these mixtapes and other Gore content for $1 a piece on Mega Drive. There's even people on there posing themselves as actual DVD vendors where they just burn the Gore onto a CD and Sharpie over it and sell it to you for a couple $100s or so. But there are a few mixtapes that these people just can't seem to find. But like all other child material, they obsess over and attempt to demonize me for bringing it to light. Some of these include Suffer Little Children, and of course, Amber Alert.
Nobody's picking on you, by the way, there, Moth, because you brought it to light. I've not, in all the fucking content that I've watched covering you and talking about this shit, nobody said, man, I wish that motherfucker never brought this fucking video to light. And you know what? If you can show me that, fucking great. But I tell you what, they don't like your video. Not because of what you did, because of how you did it.
But back in August of 2021, I knocked a few projects out of the way, and many of you may remember me announcing that I received 2 Dark Web mixtapes, and I was going to review them blind, only being told that they were much more intense than the average mixtape, and that they contained no illegal content. So where did these mixtapes originate? The interesting part is, no one supposedly knows. Or if the people do know, they aren't talking about it. I do have some inkling as to who made it and where it originated, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But when I originally discussed the nature of these mixtapes, these compilations, I mentioned terms like trade only back then. I wanted to go over that once more because I feel clarification is important. The term is in reference to the Gore.
I will tell you what, trade only is not just used in this community. It's a very popular term in a lot of other communities related to children. Did you not think that going into this? This isn't the 90s. It's not like we got fucking shit on VHS right now to where it's trade only. That was trade only for a fucking reason, because the internet didn't exist in this capacity back then. Okay? So you had shit like Chechclear was on a fucking cassette tape with other shit. Okay?
First, that was brought to my...
Sorry, that was just a personal rant. I don't like him associating those types of terms with Gore community as a whole. This is a lot of this shit is just particular to this type of shit for a reason.
Attention when I covered what most people agree is some of the worst animal abuse.
So he pops these definitions up, right? His snuff is a very interesting definition. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go back a second.
Videos out there. I wanted to go over that once more because I feel clarification is important. The term is in reference to the Gore first that was brought to my attention when I covered what most people agree is some of the worst animal abuse videos out there, Old Number 7 and YLYM. Those videos, before they were leaked out, were allegedly considered trade only, meaning unless that you traded equatable content like unreleased content, self-produced content, etc., you typically could not get your hands on those vile videos.
Equatable content is a key fucking word there, man. It's a key fucking word, okay? equatable meaning like watch it in the context of this stuff. So if you've got stuff like the old number 7, like he's talking about and shit like that, they're wanting in trade like material. In this case with Amber Alert, they're wanting like material. So you would trade Suffer the Little Children for Amber Alert. And thankfully, Suffer the Little Children is not as awful, although it still is awful.
I was also told Amber Alert and Suffer Little Children were no different, however, there's no real way to confirm any of this. One more thing that needs to be discussed as well before we go further is the legality of Gore. Regardless of your...
This is worth paying attention to and listening to. I just really want to point that out. Like, you got to listen to this shit. How he's changed his definitions on this stuff has changed a lot. And it's ironic because he's covered the same content so many times that you can actually see the progression at this point. He's not been around that long. He's only been around 3 years. But you literally can watch, like, he kind of bull and china shopped his way into this fucking genre. I'm going to be honest with you. I can show you, like, I really want to take the time to show you how eloquently stuff can be done on this site and how well it can be covered compared to this.
your moral compass.
This is better. His stuff now is better than this in how he's done his coverages.
In most countries, especially the United States, gore videos are 100% legal. In fact, most graphic, exploitative, and terrifying media is in fact legal.
You gotta watch your verbiage there, man. Exploitative stuff is not technically legal. You get in a big fucking gray area there with that word. Because remember, that word ties back to the CSEM stuff. That's covered under exploitative.
This includes animal abuse, murder, accidents, sexual assault, necrophilia, and child abuse. The only time it becomes illegal is if the child is sexualized, then it is considered CSEM or CSAM.
That is not the only time. Because, like I said, you can go back to looking at the fucking article with Lux. That stuff was not sexual at all. I almost didn't want to pull the fucking article back up just to show you. Because this shit I've been waiting for. Okay? I'll fucking look it up. It won't take me but 2 seconds. Vice Lux. Here's a funny thing. I can actually look that up without ever using the fucking wording that you see in. Oh. Let's see. I'm sure if you're reading any of this, you'll have seen just some of the stuff that I was talking about. When it comes to the type of people that you see in the comments. And there's a good definition of what Daisy's destruction contains. I'm looking for something in particular, and it might not be this article, it might be the other article. No, because this one doesn't talk about his specific arrest. It's the one I'm looking for. Oh my god, where is it? Sorry that there's a lot of dead air right now. I apologize. Oh. There was this one. There was this deluxe one. Nope. Probably would help if I didn't type like an idiot. Oh. Jesus Christ. I thought that was an article. Oh my god. I think this is it. This is it. This is the article I was looking for. Okay. No, I did just have, unfortunately. I want to get to the point. This is free. Oh. Right here. Tell me where the sexuality is in this. I mean, I could read it if you want, but while searching his phone, police found 3 cached images depicting 2 deceased children and a baby being stood on. Once this was discovered, Graham was charged with possession of CA material. Failing to comply with this order, provide his laptop. This gets into his laptop because his laptop was encrypted, but apologies. So, tangent, I know, but hopefully a worthwhile tangent for you. So, what he says right here is a fucking lie.
And sexual assault, necrophilia.
And like I said, it could be because this was all took place in Australia, if I remember right. Yeah. I don't know if this. Because it gets into being a very interesting crime. Because as you could see, well, that's getting into them trying to unencrypt his laptop. But while he was in Australia, the servers that he used to host the sites that he did were located in Ireland, so it became an international crime. And so I know that's getting off topic, but...
and child abuse. The only time it becomes illegal is if the child is sexualized and it is considered CSEM or CSAM. So why is this the case? This is because it falls under freedom of speech and freedom of the press.
So he thinks it falls under freedom of speech and freedom of the press. I would love to point to you and say, like, if... I'm trying to think of how to explain this. If you have a situation where a child is in a home and it's a divorced parenthood, let's put it this way. Say the parents are really close, the say new stepdad, whatever, abuses the living crap out of the kid and sends it to the dad because the dad also didn't like the kid, and he's like, yeah, beat the crap out of that kid, right? You don't think the dad's going to get in trouble, the biological father, for not stepping in and stopping that stuff? Yes. Do you think he's going to not be charged because he has abuse material? Like, it could get into some really, especially with that exploitative word, it gets really fucking touchy when you get around that word. And you think that just because it has to have the sexual stuff, it doesn't, man. There's way too many situations where this stuff has been taken and used against the persons. Consulted ChatGTP. And like I said, I'm not a legal professional in any means. Like, I don't do this shit for a profession, okay? I don't know the fucking legal system. But it's the exploitation word. It gets very fucking tricky there because there's a wide breadth of stuff. There's stuff where you can look at, I was looking literally to look into this and see if how right you were. I'm going to be honest. I didn't know whether you were 100% right on this or not. And I probably ended up on a few fucking search lists trying to figure that out. But there's stuff like obscene content. That's a state to state law. Well, that makes shit like this illegal. You can have an obscene content law and it quickly totally changes this whole argument. So you could be not involved in this at all and have obscene content. And that literally, when I looked up the obscene content law that I looked up, and it was for like Ohio, okay? It covered this kind of shit. There's also with the exploitation shit. I mean, it even gets into like if you trafficked a child, if you used a child for monetary gain. Well, you squint your eyes really fucking good. A Patreon and paying for services to get access to this kind of material could be seen as using a child for financial gain if somebody wanted to construe that shit that way. So be careful with what you're fucking saying here. I wouldn't put it as fucking black and white as you think it is. You're a fucking YouTuber. I'm a fucking YouTuber. We don't fucking know this shit. I'm sure you got a fucking job, maybe. You probably had a job and did this shit before you got your fucking money coming in, and that was your sole source of income, because we know that you flaunt that later on, and I'm going to show that shit. I'll probably end up having to fucking do a whole nother stream on that shit. But let's just fucking say, you flaunted that you actually did this as your profession. Being a YouTuber doesn't make you a fucking lawyer, bro. 7 years of law school makes you a lawyer. And a 6-figure salary coming out of that. And that's saying that you didn't get like stuck doing public defender or some shit somewhere where you're making like probably 5. Even stuff when I looked up for public defenders around here, they weren't making bad money, but I just, bro, don't say shit that definitively when you don't have the law to show, because there's way too many caveats, especially when it comes to America. You got 50 fucking different countries in a way under one big fucking flag. State to state, shit can change really fucking quick.
Or not, gore videos are often used in news media, and as news media, conservative societies have conditioned people to be protective of sex and nudity, but there's no condition to the real violence of our
gore content used in media, by the way. I would love to know what you're meaning there, because every major news network that I can think of, especially post 9/11, you don't really see gore in the fucking media. You might see censored versions of the material, but they're heavily censored. So you can't say there's gore in the media. You're misconstruing. You're building a straw man there.
world. This is the reality of our world. The short and bitter truth is, it's no different than a horror movie, except what you're watching is very real. But then it begs the question of morality. To be honest, it doesn't typically matter. For myself and others like me, who do no different than the news, and really all claims of profit are just salt-filled tears of the offended. Because if it bleeds, it leads, and that is why violence is at the forefront of all media. Everyone has an interest in violence. Everyone wants to see, everyone's curious. Regardless if you like the delivery or not, or if you like the content, you can turn your eyes, you can close your eyes, you can look away, you can try to pray it away. But me and others like me aren't going anywhere, nor is the content we cover.
Now, I'll give you most of your argument right here, okay? I will say that, yes, news media does heavily cover violence, violent content, violent sells. Your statement of it bleeds, it leads. It's awful, but it's true. Okay? You said a lot of good, true statements there. Just don't lump everybody in. You're doing generalizations.
Because it's real, and this is human nature.
And yeah, I question Nick Rekieta a lot too.
On the other side of things, however, we know that it's simply impossible for all of this content to be only consumed by people with neutral good intention, correct? It's really all up for assumption and speculation, truthfully, and it's kind of irrelevant because Gore isn't going anywhere, but it does raise some questions for certain content. And with this in mind, or rather the lack of restrictions on what kind of videos can be used, it's shown time and time again that people will continue to seek out the most horrific happenings in our world. But there's a limit, right? We live in what most of you view as hell. You cling to your comforts, and like I said, you turn a blind eye. But this is the real world we live in. It's full of things you call demons, and they're all around you.
Now, a couple things I do want to point out there that are totally different and totally off topic from all the bullshit that I've gone through and like stressed and harped on for like the past fucking 10 minutes, probably longer. You notice his tone of content changed where, okay, the first Amber Alert video, not a good look, bro. The second one, better quality content, better coverage of the subject matter, but you can tell you're getting bitter because you're bitter about losing money and you're letting that bleed into your content here. You're letting a lot of personal problems bleed into your content. And I don't know much about you, but you can just hear it with the things that you say in the beginning of this fucking video. We're almost done with this, by the way. Not just the noise, the video.
For this video, I will solely focus on Amber Alert, but I will discuss its sister mixtapes where necessary. Suffer Being Children being the most mild of the related compilations and the most known. While I do not feel it compares to Amber Alert as far as intensity and clip delivery goes, the mixtape still is around the same length and focuses solely on the death of children.
You and Mama Max ought to work together, though. I will say, cinematography-wise, you guys have gone to like the same school of horror thought.
However, the clips are far more tame by comparison and actually include a lot of screenshots versus video material. And it drowns most of the mixtape out with full length. And
you gotta say in there, by the way, I'm just gonna, because I know I'm gonna have to replay this shit anyway. You say in there that the clips are tame in comparison to the Amber Alert video. But in comparison to what most people are fucking exposed to on a daily fucking basis, neither fucking video is tame. Just want to lay that out.
And focuses solely on the death of children. However,
I don't know what, where, or how you're living to if you're that desensitized by the death of children. I have seen probably 0 fucking children dead around me for the most part that I can think of. There's a lot of suffix on that. Anyway, I mean, I honestly cannot think of any instances where I have encountered dead children to be this desensitized by this stuff. So you just understand this. A lot of this like attitude comes from you being bitter at the content and at the people who called you out for the last video.
Clips are far more tame by comparison and actually include a lot of screenshots versus video material. And it drowns most of the mixtape out with full-length songs that make it almost laughable.
Almost laughable or actually laughable? Because you laughed at the last one of this fucking mixtape that you're talking about right now. Because this is not Amber Alert. This is not the one that caught you by surprise. Right now you're talking about Suffer Be the Children, and you fucking laughed at that video. And you're going to tell me that was okay? And that it's just my opinion because I morally disagree with the content? Really, man? Okay, put this in fucking context for you. If your kid's choking on the fucking ground, and I know you got kids because you mentioned them. If your kid's choking on the fucking ground and you're frantically panicking to take care of that child and there's somebody standing there laughing at it because the music and your kid choking on the ground is just a funny, like, situation. You wouldn't be bothered by that? And that's not even like the kid choking on the ground is not even on par with some of the stuff that but that is in that video. The content, okay?
For instance, Over the Rainbow plays in full, as well as Creep by Radiohead.
And you laughed. You laughed hard and made jokes at the Over the Rainbow song playing. Mind you, these are not live streams, by the way. You're not doing what I do here. And I don't think it's fucking funny live. Like, I'm laughing at the absurdity of you right now, by the way. That chuckle that just came out, that is me laughing at how absurd your thought process is here. Okay? This shit, man, I don't know what it's like to live and be that edgy every day. Let's just put it that way.
To me, that dulls the effect and distracts from the terror on screen. Almost as if it was trying to be Amber Alert, but pointing out self-reflections of disgust, but purely for what the creator deemed as entertainment and drama purposes. But Amber Alert's different. To me, it's the worst I've seen. My original video cut details and the clip reactions around the third clip, as I deemed it far too extreme to do a...
You cut it around the fourth clip. You deemed it way too extreme after you said you already had vetted it and knew that it was okay because there's no CSEM, CSAM stuff. That's the only vetting process that you did. And judging again by your reaction and literally going back and watching that video, you had no fucking clue what was on that video. And you said it. You said you raw reacted to the video. Let's not act scholarly now.
But Amber Alert's different. To me, it's the worst I've seen. My original video cut details and the clip reactions around the third clip, as I deemed it far too extreme to do a reaction to on YouTube, or even Patreon. One of the first clips seemed to be a young girl who was filmed as she convulses, and I thought...
Okay, so... Holy shit, bro. You did not blur this shit out good enough, first of all. That was way too fucking clear for me. And I don't know if it was maybe I landed on the right, still at the right pause, the right frame at the right time. But holy shit, man. But that girl's not. So thankfully, I didn't show anything there. I'm going to do this. We're going to change this up because I want you to hear the video. I don't want you to be subjected to anything. And the first subject matter that he covers here, you don't hear any video, you don't hear any of the content of the video like you did the first time. He covers it a lot differently, and I want to highlight this as a good thing that Moth did. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna go to my my social media screen. So now you guys can't see shit, okay? You can still hear me though. You should be able to still hear the video.
What the creator deemed as entertainment
Nope, it's muted. Now you can hear the
and drama purposes. But Amber Alert's different. To me, it's the worst I've seen.
So this stuff you already...
My original video cut details and the clip reactions around the third clip, as I deemed it far too extreme to do a reaction to on YouTube, or even Patreon. One of the first clips seemed to be a young girl who was filmed as she convulses, and I thought she was having a seizure as onlookers looked at her dying. The reality is actually far worse. It seems even though I cover some of the darkest content, my mind passively tries to put more of an optimistic perspective even on terrible things. The clip is from 2015. It takes place in the state of Maranhão, Brazil. It showed an extremely petite girl, eyes...
You do perfect here. And I'm just going to say that. And I'm not trying to like glaze you up here, bro. Like, I've been very critical of you at points. This is the type of shit is only way that this stuff is and should be allowed. Okay?
wide, shallow breath convulsing in the ground as onlookers watched. Her name was Mace.
And by the way, I did not pause that at just the right time. You did not blur that picture well enough, man. And that's a shame on you. And it's not a corpse. And you're going to talk about shit here, but And we're only going to go up to this first fucking subject matter here.
So, she was 6 years old. She was playing alone near her front door when she was abducted by 26-year-old Jose.
This is no
Rigamar.
different, in my opinion,
Jose
than any like true crime. What you're doing right here is on par with true crime type stuff, except you're covering gore content. This I can get behind you on. And this stuff, like if you do this kind of content, and you did it even better. He does even better, people, in his next or his newest content. I just want to point that out. Moth's content has improved. However, you have spiraled as a fucking person, especially with all this shit. And you've done some pretty audacious shit.
told police he was drinking with a group of friends, and that he left the gathering complaining of multiple toothaches. He then found 6-year-old Meza and drug her to the nearby bushes. He then beat, choked, and raped her throughout the night so violently she went into shock. The video clip is of this child after kids found her near death. Jose was arrested shortly after, due to his suspected involvement with other rapes in the area. When arrested, he described what he had done with no remorse, in a cold demeanor, expressing he is only afraid of what other prisoners will do to him when they find out what he's done. The girl's cause of death was sexual violence.
Okay. All right. I thought you said that she lived the first time. I apologize. Holy fuck, man. Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to sit there and give you the benefit of the doubt because she was alive when that video was taken, so it's not a corpse.
She was quite literally raped to death, and found by a few kids who were searching for cashews in the thickets. This clip was one of the first shown in Amber Alert.
Okay, so there, we're done. We're through it. Okay, we're done. Holy shit. There, you should be able to see stuff now. It should just be a big fucking eyeball. Oh, man. Man, dissecting and doing this autopsy, no pun intended, on your channel has not been fucking fun. Your content, bro. Okay. So anyway, we're back to here. We are not back to here. We're not there yet. Oh. Okay, so we've gone off the whole big tangent of seeing this video and seeing his progression in content to stuff later on. I will say this is another big contested video that he's done during this time with Nikki Catasaurus. She's got a very Greek last name, and I have never been great with Greek last names. But she goes by the name, nickname, moniker, whatever you want to call it, Porsche Girl. And I kind of wanted to, oh my god, where'd my window go with all my stuff? Let's chat, there it is. We are going to see I found an interesting article again. Come on, open link. This is not the article. What the fuck? This was the next article. Okay, never mind. How did I misclick or did I get everything? Nope. I apparently pasted the wrong article link. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to show you at least this much, just to give you context here. Because I'm a car guy. This would be the equivalent of the car, literally down to the wheels that I almost said it, that Nikki was driving. I almost said little Nikki. Totally wrong context, totally wrong movie. Oh my god. Anyway, so this is this would be the car that Nikki was driving. It's a 997 Carrera S. These are a rear engine car, air cooled 997s. I just said a lot of car stuff. Can you tell I'm a car guy? Shit. Anyway, she basically took this car into an immovable object and at about 100 miles an hour. And it did not end well. Well, long story short, there's a police investigation. And the police investigation, they did their normal crime scene photos. And in doing their crime scene photos, one of them thought, ha ha ha, let's make it funny out of this. Kind of like, you know, when you're covering certain content and like a song comes on and it makes you giggle. That kind of ha ha. And they ended up emailing these the pictures of Nikki on, and it got leaked out. And basically the family, the accident was so bad the family was not allowed to identify her body. Okay? But then, because people were so awesome back then, copies of the actual images and stuff were showing up at their mailbox in like letters and stuff, so they would see their dead daughter. Like this is literally gets into gore without consent. Okay. Moth adds another layer of ick, as the kids like to say, to this, because he goes on to criticize, you know, her being a teen, getting in daddy's Porsche and driving stupid fast, and you can kind of see what happens to the car there. Okay? Well, there's a lot of missing context in the stuff that he doesn't cover. And that missing context is that Nikki had a brain tumor. Nikki was very sick. And she had gone through a lot of radiation, a lot of therapies and stuff, and surgery and everything else. And this dramatically changed her. And this caused, sorry, I accidentally minimized literally everything on my computer. And this caused her to have erratic behavior, on top of she may have had ingested some illegal content or illegal content. Oh my God. A brain. Hold on. It's rebooting. She may have ingested some illegal substances. And that's highly debated, and I'm not going to like down talk anything, but Moth feels free to be heavily criticized heavily criticize Nikki and the family. The Caceres family, or however you say their last name, and I apologize, I'm butchering that so bad. However, you know, as this content progresses here, this Shobi, I'm hoping I didn't butcher his name. I tried to say it quick so no one would hear it. Islam. This video, he talks about how the parents reached out to him and he did such a great job, and he really touts this fucking video up, which is also another horrible fucking video of a young teen. This content, actually, you can see this content covered, and again, Gore, a covered in appropriate manner, through Turkey Tom. He did it, and this is the 4chan feminization cult. So yeah, that's that. We then got into seeing, and as you can see here, I do want to show. So we've gone from early Gore content to kind of later stuff to then he's coming back around doing some more in-depth content. And I want you to look. So aside from that one mention, he's been posting pretty unabrided here. And he has this update on the channel, and their daughter, they do have a sick child, and I feel extremely bad for them. I don't know what that's like, and I never want to know what that's like. He goes on to cover, like, again, just more in-depth, and I would say better quality Gore content and getting that information out there, but he then starts, bringing in certain things like this video here where he's talking about being doxxed. Well, that's because during all this time, he's gotten in contact with, and I apologize with this story. There's so fucking many moving parts. I apologize. It takes so much just to tell this fucking story. Anyway, he is now saying that he, and this is just on Mott's end, has been doxxed. He's saying that he's getting false flagged and that people are taking down his content. His content is completely legal, arguments that you've heard in the videos. And that this is just like a smear campaign against him because in his mind, he has done nothing wrong. Okay? Nothing that Plagued is doing in this point in his mind, just based off of his own words, there's nothing he's doing wrong. He thinks that because this is illegal, and it's, again, he thinks it's illegal in his mind. So because it's legal, what he's doing is not illegal and not anything other than immoral. Well, it gets in a couple of gray areas with the content that you're covering and how you're covering it and things that you're showing. And at the very least, you're, breaking some terms of service with the platforms that you're putting this content on. So he goes on and he's still making content. He's kind of, I don't want to say panders, but he will use this to as a Keffel shield later on. That's the best way I can explain it to people in commentary. He does the Keffel's LGBTQ shield with his gender identity and stuff like that later on, and uses that against people, even though he is very, very, very free about calling out the people that he does not like as being pedos and stuff, even though, like, I know in TCR's case, he's admittedly asexual. So, but really, I kind of want to keep content. Oh my god, I'm really fucking up words now. Holy shit. He kind of keeps his content going, and I want to keep going through his content, and we get up to a pivotal point here. Right here. Now, if you've noticed, compared to when we started with Amber Alert and then One Girl 99 Stomps and all that, there's a lot more disclaimers here. However, he flies through them. Like, I couldn't even tell you. Thank you all for making an opportunity. Okay. Like, bro, slow these warnings and stuff down. Fair use. This becomes key. I want to show, before we get into this video, nothing's changed here. This will eventually change, and that's why I keep showing you guys this stuff, and why I keep scrolling down, showing you all of his parts of his video, because this stuff does progress. And I don't think that's pointed out necessarily.
Hello, everyone. I have some bad news, and that's
The fucker took my background. Thank God I changed it.
my Patreon page. It's removed. And
Well, I took his
why?
background.
Well,
I don't
it
know.
started last week with a missed email about me verifying my identity. So basically, there are new policies on sexual content on Patreon, and if you're an 18-plus content creator like me, you have to re-verify.
This might strike you as weird, and I kind of want to explain some stuff, because I don't see him ever really explain it on his channel. But he has these videos like this. So he has his Discord server, which we'll get into some of the creepy readings, leaks and stuff like that in a bit. But in that content, in that server, he has something called, as far as we know, and as far as that creepy reading has provided pictures for, he has like a secret area, and in that area is sub areas, and in those sub areas he does have adult content, like legit adult, non gore related content. He then also has supposedly uncensored gore, and then he also supposedly has the raw gore content without like his reaction and stuff.
Your ID with your ID and selfie and all that, kind of like OnlyFans does. So I didn't notice this email, and my account was hidden, and I was told that no, I couldn't get new patrons or anything like that until that's fixed. So no problem. So I have to wait over the weekend, and that's kind of a pain in the ass. Then I get this email stating that my page has been suspended for violating the graphic violence guidelines. And they cited specifically that I was selling gore offline around the Patreon. And does that complaint sound familiar to you? If it doesn't, it will soon. This is a common thing that people do to sling mud and try to virtue signal despite not signing up for my Patreon and knowing, I don't have uncensored gore anywhere. That's not.
He literally mentions the uncensored gore back in those original videos that we watched, by the way.
A thing. It's just mudslinging. So that immediately is a huge red flag for me, being cited as a reason why my Patreon page is suspended. So naturally, I appeal this.
And it is directly tied to the Patreon, because he changes this argument. And it's not really changing the argument as much as he's very semantic about it. Okay? So when you watch One Girl 99 Stomps, he talks about having access to the uncensored content. It's what cued in that creepy reading. He also talks about it not providing the uncensored content for Amber Alert. He says that I'm not going to do it with this video, meaning he doesn't typically. It's an inferred thing there, but we'll just run with it, okay? But he does specifically fucking say it with the One Girl 99 Stomps. This is where he gets himself kind of caught up in a little bit of a trip. So he says, I've never done that. He's lying. He's fucking lying right here.
Focus the video for fuck's sake, but I brought up the mass reporting on my content from 2 sources that I know of. And one of them is Kiwi Farms, because they don't like the fact that I'm gender fluid, and they've been attacking my identity and my family ever since. Trying to further dox me, harass me, get my Patreon.
I will honestly say, in all the content that I've seen, I don't think I've ever seen a single one of these people call out his sexuality or his gender or his sexuality. Let's put it that way. Okay. If he's going to make claims like this, I wished he would have provided some evidence of these people doing this.
Taken down.
And if he did provide the evidence, it looks fucking awful, because coming back through this shit the way I have, and I've brought you guys through this kicking and screaming, and I fucking apologize, but he has not where have we seen anything saying, hey, I'm being targeted for LGBTQ? He literally, this is the first negative video when you're scrolling up through stuff. This is the bottom of the mountain, okay? We are now going to actually scale the mountain that is the drama. But I had to give you so much preface and so much context and everything else, because I don't want to railroad somebody. I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt and then show you how that content's changed, because this is something that he brings up later on, and I think it's a valid point. His content did change. Okay, we're talking now. We're in. Oh, it says this video premiered February of 2023. So literally we're right about a year out. So this is literally the last year is where all this drama kind of peaked and crescendoed. Okay. But before that, that creepy reading supposedly came across that video, had seen the access and all that. And that was going back to 2022. Now that creepy reading in his images and stuff that he shares, he does have stuff that he admits openly was taken from Kiwi. And if you don't know what Kiwi I'm talking about, I don't know, go talk to Null. But anyway, so you have that creepy reading, gets in, sees all this stuff, ends up taking some screenshots of his own, plus finds some other previous information going back to 2021 before he was there, saying, hey, basically kind of showing that like the Gore is available, I believe with the Patreon and with the Discord. I think initially it was the Patreon, and because of the stuff that happens with the Patreon, it gets moved to the Discord according to their story. And their story meaning that creepy reading. Slime Beast, however, has given me quite the fucking gem that I will provide in a bit.
Citing, a Troon, which is a... And of course I have retaliation from Ripper, aka Fergie, right after outing him. I got multiple reports of me offering Gore on whatever, and I've already had to snub those out with YouTube and stuff too, so Patreon was just next on the list. So I just figured this could be handled easily. By the way, this is bullshit because their evidence for this is because the second-tier patrons on my Patreon get access to a Dropbox with all my videos as a downloadable perk. That's awesome. I'm trying to implement the audio files as well. There's no Gore in there, though.
You're lying here, though, Mutt. I almost did it. Moss. Oh my god, why does everybody... Jared's and then M names, and it's all awful. Can't we get like a fucking, I don't know, Bob? But hey, I'm going to step out for a second because I gotta use the bathroom. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to this is not any content that we need to worry about right now. So I'm going to just step out to the restroom really quick. I'm going to put my AFK music on. And if you don't know what AFK is, you probably should not be in here. Hi, Rice. How you doing? You came in at an inopportune time. I'm stepping away for just a second. I just got to use the restroom, and I will be right back. But I am going to leave you with some great music.
And after the ducks dropped and the cow cyclical thread on IBS, there was a guy spurging out saying, we tricked Kiwi Farms into helping us dox Gem, and it was a part of Kraut's master plan. And everybody was laughing at him. But this was yesterday. This was before the stream. And I'm wondering if that guy was somebody working with Kraut to collect $2,000 because he offered it to him. And to do it, he got one of the best people from the forum to help.
I may eventually lie to help. We're owed one gay op.
Farm, it's too late to get him out.
No. See, this is where you're wrong. There's always a way to kill them. Owed one gay op.
One gay op. It's called one gay op.
To kill all ops.
It's a good one. Mother of all ops.
I don't know. I'm not involved in any op or anything like that. But
all you have to do.
You are now.
You don't know that we're talking.
Yeah.
All the op is that me and Kraut are going to pretend we've never spoken. That is the op.
How? Meet Donga Rolling Wheel of the Disabled Tribe. Donga hunts shiny rock in magic firebox. Donga not do gay op. Donga lack comprehension skill to use Discord. Donga have internet show. Dead air. I say, whoa, Kimosabi. Dead air. I say, whoa, Kimosabi. Dead air. Donga war with tribes from northern plains. Fight IRL, but no chair ramp. Donga sad. Failure. Send smoke signal. Donga need to restructure contract. Donga now want fight the Sweetie tribe. 111 and 0. Dead air. I say, whoa, Kimosabe. Dead air. I say, whoa, Kimosabe. Dead air.
I figure I'll let this play out. I'm gonna have a drink and stuff, but I am back. Oh man, that Ralph screech. Swine screech. Sorry about that. But you're probably awake now. So let's watch more Moth.
The rep refused to investigate this. Once I decided to let them know, hey, I'm being harassed because of my gender and everything else, and cited the reasons and proved it, they pretty much just said that they did it because my page was removed previously. What the fuck? Now you see, this doesn't make sense because my Patreon page was removed a long time ago, my very first one, and I worked with the Patreon team directly to basically polish it up and get it up to terms of service. So I know that wasn't actually the case. This representative just refused to look at the drive and decided to cover their ass by pulling something out. Doing further digging in Patreon though, I decided that I really don't want to be on that platform anyway. Not only do I feel discriminated,
I'm sorry, but man, you gotta know you're fucking coping right now with this shit. Like, fucking seriously, bro. Like, you cannot pretend like you did not make this video as a fucking cope.
discriminated against. Maybe I'm pulling that out of my ass, but like I said, I don't want to fucking make this the whole video. Here's the bigger picture of what Patreon's doing wrong to you as well as other people. I did bring up over 5 different Patreon pages that do similar content to mine, and I did point out that I'm one of the only queer creators, and that's where that post came from on Twitter, where everybody's frothing at the mouth trying to make it all about that. The reality is that the representative is negligent.
Thank you, Sly Beast. I was hoping somebody out there, but I'm not surprised it's you, would catch that. Like, yeah. Let me polish my page up. I polished a little too hard. Went right through the whole thing. It's gone now.
Period. And refused to investigate, so instead covered their tracks by making an excuse that really doesn't make sense. And that's not all. It gets even worse, as my moderators in my Discord, as well as me, are trying to find solutions for my patrons to unsubscribe, because if you are still a patron, many of you cannot cancel your upcoming payment to a page that does not exist anymore because they removed it. Therefore, that leads me to the conclusion they are trying to pocket this. This is fucked up. Tell me I'm wrong. I've actually heard that other creators are going through similar things right now. I'm doing more investigating on that to find out if that's true, but
I mean, he probably is. I haven't looked into the Funky Town video to really say for sure. I know you probably came in late, so I will say that I am a Gore consumer, so I am someone like Moth in a way that would consume the content, and I could tell you that that's probably where he's coming from, because I've just shown you kind of the progression of his page. But basically, yeah, it kind of is. So he's not wrong, but it's not classic, like classic is in a good meaning. That's for damn sure. I'm not by any means, and chat can hold me accountable here. I've been trying to be very, 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 very honest about all sides of this. And while Moth deserves a lot of fucking criticism, I'm also trying to point out where he is improving his content and where he did improve things. So, meh. But that's the long and short of it. I mean, if you want to really go back through, there's a whole bunch of content that honestly would probably melt anybody's brain if they had to sit through it.
I'm just going to tell you as it is what I found on Patreon. Like I said, right here shows that it's a minute difference from me checking that the page is removed and another one of my audience members telling me that this is what their app is showing, that the page is still up and that they can see things and they can't remove their payment methods. And Patreon will not answer anyone. They won't return anybody's replies. They're ghosting everybody on the matter. So what are we left to think? And it gets worse. As I've said, I've had a distrust for them for quite a long time, and they do have a lot of dirty laundry.
So he's trying to build this narrative right now that Patreon's a seedy service, and him as the I can't even fucking say this, honestly. As the purist, I can't even look at the fucking screen trying to say this shit. As the purist of LGBT creators, he has been persecuted by the evil alt-right site that is Patreon, and he has subsequently gone as far as to protest the man by deleting his content. He will not stand for that. Okay, that's my theatrics.
Last year specifically, they were under fire for laying off their entire security team. Now, why would they do that? What's really weird is they did that amidst their accusations of harboring pedophiles. And what I mean by that is they were literally monetizing maps.
Okay. This is going to be the start of a trend that you're going to see a lot with Moth here. And, he looks surprised, but don't let him deceive you. He's not really that surprised by what he's saying here. Because this will become an ongoing narrative for him. When somebody wrongs Moth, he calls them a lover of children the wrong way. The man is Peter checking website. He definitely is. The whole fucking company. He says, you know what? CEO to fucking janitor. You guys are all fucking despicable. There's not a good soul in that fucking company. But this is an ongoing theme that you're going to see quite frequently with Moth. And you know what? I'm not about to sit here and say I'm going to justify this in any means, but I can kind of see if you distort your brain into his mind, where he thinks again, going back to what I said before I went to the bathroom and stuff, he doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. He thinks the content's legal. He thinks that because the content's legal, he is not sharing anything illegal, and and it's available everywhere. So, and why is it him? It's more of a matter of, some of those things may be true, but not everybody's doing this the way you're doing it. And the way you're doing it is not right. Like I said, the new content that he did up until this point, I think was really good as far as evolving his content to be more conforming with TOS and providing something that was kind of on par with Disturbed Reality, which is a content creator I watch. He covers a lot of cartel stuff. It really fucking lays it out beautifully. He gives very, very in-depth history. And then I would say out of a 30-minute video, the last maybe five of the last 10 minutes, he's going into the content that he's covering. The other 20 minutes is context, just to get you up to speed. And I appreciate that. And I can kind of see where Moth was going with his content at this point in his career. But now, because it's costing him money, he's seeing it as people taking food out of his hand, out of his children's mouths, whatever you want to say. And so he's getting vitriolic. And so that's where he's going to start bringing in the pedo jackets. And again, like I said, if you distort your mind and look at it from his point of view, he thinks he's not doing anything wrong because, as far as he's concerned, the content's not illegal. He's complying with the guidelines that are out there, and he thinks that he's doing enough to fall within that EDSA side of all the guidelines. So it's, from his point of view, he feels attacked. And I'm saying that's not right. It's not right. He definitely did a lot of wrong to get here.
Minor attracted persons who were sexualizing their children, as well as just straight up CP. There were people that were pushing it while it was thinly veiled, I guess. People were selling it and monetizing it. But now in September of 2022...
Again, if you're going to make accusations like this, any proof, any iota of proof would be fucking helpful for context. Because otherwise it just looks like you're pedo-jacketing people. And, you know, if you want to go that route, I could tell you about a man and a horse and a couple other people that'd be fantastic for you to work with in the future. Right now they're dealing with the horse situation, but once that frees up, I can foresee them helping you to no end.
They denied all of this, but of course they're basing their defense on a technicality. And the technicality is that they didn't allow those criminals to monetize CP, and they claimed that the security layoffs were completely unrelated. However, quite a few alleged former employees came forward, proving that that was not the case, that the people were indeed laid off because of this kind of shit and to save their asses. Furthermore, what Patreon isn't denying is where their liability is, and it's the fact that many pedos were in fact using the platform to push CP.
Now, mind you, this video is because my Patreon was removed and they're still charging people. Tell me when you know, like, really why his Patreon was removed. Because he's given you kind of a little bit of context. He gave you a taste of it. He gave you the appetizer, but he's denying you that main course, and you sure as shit ain't going to get dessert.
And they're making money doing it. So by proxy, Patreon's making money as well, because they take a huge percentage cut, plus their tax, plus regular, like, you know, IRS income tax that people have to pay. That's integrated too. And overall, it's like 8% plus the tax fees. That's a lot of money. A huge chunk from you and I both. And if you think about it in that context, it's terrifying possibly how much, just like how much Patreon possibly profited off of pure child porn and abuse. There's also animal abuse content, other things too. I've tried to report to them and they will not reply.
Hi, Mr. Pot. It's Mr. Kettle. Bro, you have a Mr. Hands video. And I still love every single one of your pause faces. You beautiful schmuck. God, your pause face just threw me off. Yeah, you cover Mr. Hands, you cover, is it old number 7 or whatever. There's a bunch of stuff you cover that technically falls under that. So we're just going to gloss over that because it's your content and you don't think it's illegal. That's where we're going back to here. And I know I'm being facetious right now. I'm being rude. But I'm being honest with you, man. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, you've spent at least of the video we've watched thus far. So 6 minutes, you spent at least a solid 3 talking about how this is literally, you're pedo-jacketing this company.
Get it out there, you know, cancel your memberships. And like I said, it's, for me and my family personally, this is a horrible timing. I just put down over $5,000 to my daughter's insulin pump. She is a type 1 diabetic. She's insulin dependent. We pay everything out of pocket because, you know, I don't qualify for state assisted like insurance and stuff. Shit's incredibly expensive. I also pay for my own therapy and medications as well. And like, well, basically when this happened, they are also seizing all of the money I would have gotten, like I said, and the upcoming payments. So that's why I'm telling everybody cancel. It's not going anywhere good. It's going into the pockets of these people. And it's shitty because it kind of caught me with my pants down because I'm freaking trying to make my family have a stable life and trying to make my daughter have the most comfortable life she can. And it's extremely expensive to pay for fucking insulin and everything else that comes with it. I'm in therapy and getting medication and stuff for CPTSD among other health issues. Big surprise, right? And basically, like, we're just, oh god. And it's just really shitty.
Unfortunately, this is the start of this man's mental breakdown, too. You will literally see this man digress mentally for a long period of time. And I feel like it's still going on all the way up through the lyrics content. It hasn't gotten any better. And lyrics, for what it's worth, I did not like a lot of his interviews. I felt like he made a lot of, he doesn't understand the content, and he wanted to just focus on just the CP stuff because that's the hard sell, is pedo jacketing, and false allegations, and you made mistakes, and this is wrong. And that's honestly what a lot of normal content creators are going to cover with this stuff. I've got the unfortunate luxury of knowing Gore content, so I can give you a hell of a lot more context here.
So no, I'm not going to beg for shekels, but if you are feeling generous, there's no direct way to support me anymore besides going to my Beacons page. You can leave a donation there if you would like. I'm not asking for that because normally I would show my Patreon where I could at least give you my content in return. Right now, maybe I'll start just emailing people back who donate the whole fucking Dropbox or something, because any money that I get would actually be...
That touches on something very interesting that comes up later on. He says, again, this is kind of circular in this argument. So he says earlier in the content that we watched that, hey, I provide uncensored content. That's how we got the TCR coming in. TCR came in and they reported the stuff, and then we got to this point. Let's just glossing over. I'm making big leaps now. Okay. So he's saying now that I don't have Patreon. The best way I can provide the content that, and he doesn't say what the content is, so that's with me being charitable here. He doesn't say what the content is, and in the beginning of the video he says that he doesn't do any uncensored content. He says that he'll email the content, whatever the content is that is not uncensored content, but he never says it's not uncensored content. Like, there's a lot of like nuanced things, and this is where a lot of argument against Moth also comes back to, because he takes these little nuances and he kind of like, oh, I meant this. Oh, I meant this. And it becomes like you can't hammer it down. Like there's a big discussion. There's a big overarching discussion all throughout this whole timeline of him saying at some point, and I'm paraphrasing, him saying, I saw the trailer for Daisy's Destruction. That evolves so many times that we don't know whether he actually saw it or not. And he's given so many answers and then detracted those answers that you can't trust what he says anymore. So it becomes this like just negative, like double helix spiral almost, because you got, we can't trust him, we can't trust him, we can't trust him. And then it's, I never saw it, but here's the context. I never saw it, but here's the context. I never saw it, but here's the context. Like, and that keeps changing. So I don't know. I'm just trying to give you like kind of larger summaries now, just because there's things that are going to come up that I'm not going to touch on. Like that honestly probably gives you the whole summation of the Daisies thing. Nobody fucking knows, and the only guy that does know is unreliable.
Be helping right now for medical care and groceries and stuff as the time comes on, because I feel like I'm not going to be getting my money at all, and I'm really getting into my savings and shit because of the insulin pump, and I just wanted my kid to be comfy, and it backfired because of people attacking me because of who I am and for outing them for who they are too. And it's really, really shitty that I get the short end of the stick because I'm the soy social justice warrior of the Gore community. So obviously, I'm the enemy. But I'm going to be...
I've not seen a single thing either about him being SJW in any of his content. I mean, if anything... Okay. Here's my 2 cents in politics. Okay. If you want, like, a real quick synopsis of politics, the right is for smaller government, but more, like... smaller government, bigger freedoms. But bigger freedoms does not mean like freedom of speech and stuff like that, even though it's a big thing that they tout. Okay? Or I guess, apologies. Oh my god, I'm getting fried going through all this stuff. The right is smaller government, freedom of speech, kind of, that's their tout, okay? The left is more larger government, equality for all, would probably give you best summations of like broad politics, okay? So you would think the Gore guy, who advocates so many times up to this point for freedom of speech, is probably going to be a little more right-leaning, if not like libertarian or centralist, or maybe even anarchist, which I think he actually probably falls in more into the anarchy range, but then SJW. And so I feel like he's playing on a lot of emotions right now. And he's emotional, so he's making this content emotionally. And he's trying to pull at the heartstrings of his consumers to get assistance. And, you know, he may have genuinely made this video from a place of like, hey, I don't want to see you guys get screwed over. He may care about his audience in that manner. I've seen things that make me doubt that, and I will show that later.
Moving to a new platform soon, and I will show that to you. I plan to have it have one membership at one flat rate and have all the perks tied in so it's easy. I'm hoping to go to Subscribestar. I'm waiting on an approval though, and I really don't know how long this is going to take, so this is really shitty at the moment. And also before the get a job cope comes in, telling YouTubers who make far more money than you, typically that is kind of stupid. That is a cope. This is a job, I pay taxes, get over it. And speaking of which, my plan from this point is to just plan for the next couple days and start grinding out probably daily videos until I can't.
I will say there's a big downside to doing YouTube and having it be your sole source of income. And you kind of can see it now, like drawing the link to and stepping away from Moth. I'm going to actually be charitable to Moth here for a second. Content creators, when they do it for a long enough period of time, in this case, he's been doing it for roughly 3 years at this point, and he's built his audience and his platform up enough that it had become his source of income. The problem is that in Moth's case, and I would also argue in Boogie's case, from what we know about Moth, he does not have, it's not like he built a profession in any way, shape, or form that he could then fall back on. Okay? And then with Boogie, it's kind of the same thing. He may, you know, these people could easily go in anybody's mind and take classes and get like certified in IT or something, right? Or like a million different things. But the problem is that, you know, it's really hard looking down the barrel of the gun when you're 36, starting at the bottom again. And I'm just using the analogy with my age. I don't know how old exactly Moth is. I know he's younger than I am, or roughly exactly the same age. He's maybe like within a couple of years. Okay, we'll just go with that. But it's very, very, very hard to start over. It's mentally a hard thing. And then you add in the taxation, mental taxation of my income is decreasing rapidly and it's contracting rapidly. A lot of people do not plan for worst case scenarios. Like, it would be very hard for me in the opposite respect to walk away from what I do now to become a YouTuber. I would have to see a significant amount of income, which is why I'd say I do this thing for basically fun and enjoyment. And if I ever made a buck off of it, cool. It's not ever going to be my career. I'm far too old. And you know what? Like, I'm fine with that. But it's an interesting, I don't know if juxtaposition is the word that I'm thinking of. But yeah, he's kind of put himself into a situation where he only has this as an option in life. And I'm not meaning that to down talk him. I'm just trying to help people who, you know, a lot of us, I say us, I'm doing both, but a lot of people don't realize that, you know, you've got a lot of limited options. And, you know, when you've built your family up to that level and expecting that level of income, you know, what is he gonna do? He's done YouTube for 3 years. Before that, from what I understand, he had a lot of service work, like food service work type experience. And while in some areas that's paying great now, in other areas it's not. And then there's the things, like cost of living and everything to factor in, where his cost of living is going to be substantially higher because he's talking about taking care of a sick child. There's a lot on his shoulders at this point. So I will empathize with him is the word I want to go with.
No more, because I'm going to give it all back to the community who has given me so much, and even those who can only support me by watching out there. I do love you and appreciate you too. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. And it's a tough spot, but we'll get through it, and I'm trying to be as transparent as I can in the situation and tell you what I know. So that's where I'm coming at with this. I really hope I worded everything right. I mean, please keep your questions civil, if I can ask that for the first time, because I know I don't articulate the best sentences always and put things together. I get misunderstood a lot, and I feel that it's my fault, but I don't want that to happen. Thank you all for the love and acceptance over these past 2.
Okay. That basically gives you the summation of that video. The content's gonna spiral a bit from here. So we're here in the timeline. Okay, so we're under just a touch under a year. Okay, so he goes back, he's trying to do the content grind again, There's not really a whole lot of interest that I've heard about here, other than this cat in a blender video. And things really kind of peak, and this is where we're going to welcome in our main, well, depending on if you're looking at it from Moss' point of view, they're antagonists, but for our point of view, we'll just call everybody tagonists. Because I can't say whether they're an or pro, just because I'm trying to be unbiased, but I would say that these guys are protagonists in that they honest things up here. There's 2 very different stories here, though, and I want to make sure that that's clear. We're going to get into that creepy reading, who we've already covered the beginnings of his origin story if you're a Marvel fan, and how he and Moth kind of crossed paths, right? And so this kind of stuff goes back and forth, and while you're not seeing it in the content on here, on his Twitter and in other spheres, Moth has kind of been pissed about this and been very, very vocal about this. And it comes out that after a while, that creepy reading steps forward and says, "Yep, I was that motherfucker." And that turns the Eye of Sauron onto that creepy reading. In that, we then also have Slime Beast. Slime Beast is another individual who's not he's a little bit different from that creepy reading. That creepy reading kind of, if we go to his YouTube site, you'll see that he's a YouTuber. He's making content here. Slime Beast is not dependent on YouTube. But he does do creepypasta content and the like. I'm just trying to generalize and keep things short here, so I apologize. But in that, because they're kind of, Slime Beast had this weird tug of war happen with him completely involuntarily. He basically was asked by Moth to come step in, and he's like, "Nah, not my shit. Like, you're on your own on this one." And Moth's like, "Well, fuck you, dude." And that's where we get to these 2 videos. Now, I'm not really going to go over a lot with that creepy reading, because I don't feel like there's a whole lot that really comes out in this video, other than a lot of more like name calling type
Many people
stuff.
have come forward stating that is not the case. There was not gore all over the Discord. In fact, whenever you even bring up things too graphically, you would get warned or even removed. Things are...
Oh, okay. We can play this. It gets into like a kind of a key argument right here. So this is going back to the key argument of Gore in the Discord. It was Gore on the Patreon initially. Now we're talking about the Patreon stuff got moved to the Discord. And in this time, he is, I don't know if I've shown the content changing. No, still no changes here. Also, I'll have you know, aside from a couple videos, his videos are not age restricted. This is a point that a couple people bring up. In that he claims that all his videos are age restricted, and they're not. He claims that he's demonetized by YouTube. That I couldn't tell you. I don't know how to tell you whether someone's still monetized or not. It shows that he's verified. I couldn't point at you. I couldn't point you to anything other than him showing that videos are monetized. But let's get into the Discord side of stuff now. So I'm going to show you Winky's here stance on the whole Discord Gore.
So, but he's grossly exaggerating what is accessible, and he blatantly lied to Patreon. Many people have come forward stating that is not the case. There was not Gore all over the Discord. In fact, whenever you even bring up things too graphically, you would get warned or even removed. Things are too sensitive for some people.
I'm just, look at the fucking auto I can't make this up. I'm in, look.
Okay, so I feel like it's kind of inferred, but that that is that creepy reading on the small screen, picture in picture, and obviously we should know Plague Moth by now.
Look at the autocomplete. I can't make this up. I'm in. Holy hell! Look at the autocomplete. Holy hell!
Just gotta wait. Yeah, wait for a minute that disingenuous, nervous laugh of manipulation. Yes, that's pretty cute. This.
Okay, let's.
That disingenuous, nervous.
Okay, so this is stuff coming from the Moth Camp pointing out that creepy readings, his evidence. Let's put it that way. I don't believe he SEC stuff. Yeah. Okay. And I wanted to prove the uncensored Gore he was claiming to sell existed. I can't really do that unless I get access to where it's happening. He does not sell HC or Core, at least openly. Again, I want to preface this. He's not saying he doesn't sell Gore. He's saying he doesn't sell Core openly.
Laugh of manipulation. Yes, that's pretty cute. This is what happens.
All right, and these videos are on the internet. People literally pay this guy to do Google search for them. I never got to see the mixtapes, but considering he has access to DD, I don't know how to feel. TCR, that creepy reading. I'm going to refer to him as TCR because it's fucking easier on my tongue at this point to say, and everybody's time. Has walked this back. A lot of people have stated that they have no idea. They don't know. This feeds back into my previous statement of just that there's the double helix of we can't believe him because of his previous story changing, and then him on the other side changing his previous story slightly or drastically, depending. It's a matter of perspective with this one.
When you're harassed for 2 years and people spread lies about you having things.
Nobody's covering it. Has been paywalling uncensored stuff. That is a bit stretch. Okay.
It's like Daisy's destruction, which we're going to get into that here when he claims that multiple times, despite claiming he did not.
It's 3 hours long, goes over some very damning evidence. Did nothing wrong, or it would be up. Okay.
This is him again trying to pedo jacket me and paint me.
Bro, you can't sit there and say he's pedo jacketing you when you literally pedo jacket an entire fucking company. But, don't expect to actually get through for this. Oh, and this goes back into when he was setting up a GoFundMe.
Me as a bad person, this is a common smear tactic and a manipulative, abusive technique. As you'll go on to see, he is a very interesting individual and a very mentally abusive individual.
Or sorry, why did I say it like that? See, this is why live streaming sucks. But, yeah, he never sold CP as far as I know at all. Okay, so we got a $10 donation. I used to watch his stuff back in 2020. The frequency at which he would roast his Reddit haters is starting to set off alarm bells, and then I saw people speak out against him, and I was like, nope, I'm out. Yeah, he's been banned from Reddit for apparently posting violent content. I saw that on his farms page. I saw that on his farms page.
I saw that on his farms page. I saw that on his farm.
Okay.
Farms page.
I did not mean
You
to
like
pause
that
there.
terminology?
Oh my god. Apologies. It's getting a little long in the tooth here. But we're getting into the good stuff. All right. Let me open my other window here. I just want to show a couple things that I found. So this first one, boom, is from that Creepy Readings doc. This also goes into the video. It kind of talks a bit here in the beginning about how he got into crossing paths with Moth. And he shows these pictures here. And if we look at the dates, I believe what is alluded to on Moth's end, apologies, is that this time frame where this screenshot is taken and there's a clear date, which would be, oh god, 2021? Nope. How about I zoom in? That way I don't gotta squint and look like a pirate. This is talking about this stuff in 2023. You mean the super secret video is not a secret? We've hashed it. I'm guessing is what he means there. We've hashed it in his very server. It's basically the videos that were on his old Patreon before it got removed, as well as the infamous 4 one-stop stop for to access it for his Patreons. He didn't agree that they violated what he said it violated, so he still offered them, just not directly through Patreon. So this, according to TCR, is coming from an anonymous moderator within the server, saying back in March of last year, so just about a year ago, that they were talking, and it says that they have it hashed in this server, and it's literally all the old Patreon content, which, I mean, you can inferred going back through stuff. If he's sitting there saying, I have uncensored stuff available on my Patreon, and he talks about, I'm not going to uncensored react to this shit like I normally do, back when his Patreon was still totally fine, around the first time that it got hit. So we can infer just based off of the timeline with stuff, that, hey, he had uncensored stuff, at least on his Patreon. And then this right here is a link from the Patreon stuff going to Discord. So this is where you can now infer again. And an inference is not fact, it's not proof, but you can infer, if this is true, that then his content that was on Patreon, that was uncensored per Moth's own words, is now in his Discord. And then I'm assuming, like I said, because of coloring is all I'm going based off of, and fonting, probably around the same time, showing an uncensored category and then a list of, I would say, more famous Gore videos. The Dagestan video is Chech Clear 2, technically. The Venezuelan prison cannibal. Oh my god. Apologies. I gotta switch out drinks. I got a whole nother one. It's like I came prepared for a long stream. Let's try not to like make some huge loud banging noise that my dog will bark at. World Corp, the after school special. I have no idea what that video is on. The Funky Town revisit, if that is, depending on if that is his video, in which it could be his video. It could be him doing, because we've seen him go through content again and again and again. And again, you know, his content has changed, so it's not like he's literally recycling content. It is evolving. But it could also be, I want to say Funky Town Revisited or Funky Town 2 was also the name of a more recent, within this time frame, video that came out, where, hold on, it actually says it right here. Why am I inferring shit? The Funky Town, fully uncensored. Okay, so it just says that it's a cartel, but that tells me absolutely nothing. But basically, to go into this, the people that did Funky Town, the original video, supposedly were either, what's the word I'm looking for? Were either acclaimed or accredited with having made another version, which was, I've seen it as Funky Town Revisited, I've seen it as Funky Town 2, so it's kind of hard to discern for me personally coming in here on whether this is referring to him talking about content that he already previously covered again, or whether he's talking about the actual second Funky Town video. Talks about that. Yeah, and in this video, like I said, you know, it says right here, according to this picture, he's still seen in this video, as of today, literally 2/17/2023 now, because we passed the midnight barrier here. And so it would have been yesterday, technically 2/16, that I showed you that, yes, he says this stuff is available. People don't know there is some NSF content. And this is referring to, hold on. This is referring to on the left here, because there is actual NSFW content that was also associated in with the server, where he did actually ID, but we're talking, when I say that, I'm not talking about like not safe for life type stuff, like the gore stuff. I'm talking about actual like pornographic material, or porn content creators. Let's put it that way. How's it going, Abby? And so let's see what else we got. Play Patreon content. This gets into the big spiral with the Daisies content, and then it goes into Lazy's story and Slime Beast's story. Slime Beast I actually am going to touch on because I do have some questions, plus I got content that Slime Beast provided me, and so I think we'll just touch on that now because we're literally at that point where we're between the two videos, and I'm not going to show all that shit from Moth. That's like another hour's worth of fucking content that I'm not going to fucking touch on right now. Where is it? I'm just going to close this out because it's not me. It's one more window to confuse the shit out of me. We are going to... Oh, do I drop the bombshell now? Back for the shit show. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I drop this bombshell I've got sitting here. This is a pretty little bombshell I got. Well, I can put this one up there. So, just to show you, and I don't think we're going to show anything. I probably shouldn't have shown that. But it was all mini pictures, so whatever. I probably fucked that up. Although, if you've been out there and you've talked to either one of these content creators, I'm sure they're willing to share the information that they have. And if you really want to, like, zoom in on something, have at it. Oh, all right. Time for a bombshell. So I was talking with Slime Beast. I was doing all that just to literally get this up there, and I kept freaking not doing it. Oh God. Nope. Nope. Thankfully, I don't have anything awful in here. We'll get into some of this. Let's see. We covered all that. We've covered all that. We're going to get into the questions first. I want to get on these questions first, so let's touch there. Okay. That just touches on the videos I've seen. Okay, so I reached out to Slime Beast and asked him a couple questions. That's kind of how we started talking on stuff and everything else. And so Slime Beast was kind enough to answer back. And I kind of, asked him just some generic questions on the horror content, as well as, let's just go through here. We've seen already, and I think I've shown a good amount of proof of Moss sitting there trying to place kind of blame, or place responsibility would probably be a better word than blame. Place responsibility for verification of age on Patreon. And, Slime Beast had said that he hadn't really heard that or really seen that much, but I think we kind of demonstrated that pretty good now. I asked him outright, hey, what are your thoughts on the whole destruction video when it comes to Moth? Do you believe that he saw it and shared it, or do you believe the alternate explanations involving 4chan and CNN, which again, I haven't gotten into, but basically there's a couple different explanations of him saying he saw these trailers, and this trailer was available on 4chan, and it was the actual trailer, and then it was the CNN, and then no, it was a 60-minute. So the story is adapted, for a nice way to put it, a couple times. And he said, I personally believe he saw at least part of it, which I think is fair. I kind of agree with. Just based off of Moth's own verbiage, and whether that's an approved portion or not. Sorry, I got distracted like a freaking cat. It's hard to take back. Okay, once you admit something, it's really hard to take it back, or take back your own admission. Telling a bunch of random lies doesn't help, and we've kind of seen that, and I'm lightly illustrating that with the 4chan, the CNN, and then he goes on to, say it was actually a 60 Minutes documentary, if this is something that really interests you, all the information and all the context is out there. Let's see. Again, Slimeby says, I have no information, like direct, proof that says, yep, I shared it. But it doesn't believe the alternate explanations either. I said, do you think that Plague Moth's content puts others in the horror genre at risk of an adpocalypse like what happened with PewDiePie? This is a real driving point that I seen a big connection between that creepy reading, between Slime Beast, between some with Spindling, Scare Theater I didn't really get into, Lazy Bedhead, and even touched on it a little bit. And it's, a matter of like, when you start pushing the boundaries with horror content and, trying to sneak things through terms of service, and pushing like right up against that barrier, you run the risk of ad revenue being reduced. And what happens when ad revenue is reduced? Everybody's money gets reduced. That's the long and short of it. But basically he says, yeah, anything's possible, especially with YouTube's decision-making powers, which I think is, fair. I know I didn't really want to touch too much on the pedo stuff, so you'll see this is really like my only question regarding the pedo allegation stuff. I said, what negative effects has him pedo jacketing you caused? And if we go through and we watch the Slime Beast video, you'll see in there that he does actually pedo jacket Slime Beast. He did directly do it in Lyrics' video as well. And to be very honest, and I kind of agree with Slime Beast here, he says, being called and thought of as a pedo, he's like, that right there is literally one of the worst things that anyone can do to someone. As you can see, he didn't say anyone can do to someone, but the TCR problem was on Patreon, but the Patreon problem then flowed to Discord. That's kind of where that became interesting. I totally lost my freaking content, what I was doing. Where was I going? I had to readjust my window. Now I can see things. Back to normal window. Okay, here we are. Has there been a negative effect to you on your content? This is something that I also had seen kind of a threading argument. Is that, whether there was negative effects, and this is kind of a twofold question, and we kind of touch on it, in a little bit, and I'll share it, but basically right where it says open link, that's kind of the other portion of this. But has there been any negative effects on your content because you spoke up? Do you feel that his content was, or do you feel this content was negatively affected because of Plague Moth or his spouse? And that's really leading into my other portion of this. He said that he didn't feel like there was any negative effect on his content because I don't really focus or build his career off of YouTube. So, I can kind of attest to that I've seen. Slime Beast, he's way more accomplished than just YouTube. So to pigeonhole him into being a YouTuber is probably not very flattering for him. But he feels like he's more of a shit poster on YouTube, and that, by doing that, he doesn't see any harm directly because, it's not his livelihood, where, maybe that creepy reading, he's probably seen a lot more direct harm. Same with Lazy Bedhead, same with Scare Theater, same with Spindling. I'm going to jump down to the other question because like I said, I feel like these two tie together probably the best, and it's just my unorganized thought process. But do you believe that Plague Moth has weaponized his viewers and what have you seen or experienced? So this, like I said, it ties directly into like, okay, you know, have you seen any negative effects in your content? And then do you feel like he's weaponized his audience? And he says 100%. He definitely does this frequently. His video on me was nothing but weaponization and incitement to harass, making sure to show everywhere people could find his sites, his content. He also did a stream where he specifically put my Twitter URL in chat by hand to get people to go harass me and flag it. So like that's the kind of vitriolic stuff we're dealing with coming out of the Plague Moths camp. At least experienced by individuals, and for right now I only have this one direct line of questioning with one individual to give you a scope on, but you know, I asked him, you know, have you seen or been negatively affected by Plague Moth's audience? If so, how? People trying to get into his social media accounts, find doxing information, etc. But again, you know, he kind of feels like it's not necessarily as bad, and that it definitely makes the Moths look pretty bad when they do that. I don't think have you seen, or do you have any advice for YouTube regarding the privacy claims and strikes you've received? And his honest opinion is that, you know, when you have somebody faking or falsifying reports that many times, it might be a worthwhile thing to ban them. What are your thoughts on Plague Moth making jokes or otherwise making fun of victims? This is something, like I said, again, you can see outlined with definitely you can see it outlined with the other, hold on, I apologize, with the other hurtcore style video that he does where it's stuff for the children. That one he literally is laughing and making fun of stuff. Nikki Caceres, he's making fun of her. I mean, he literally is like making actual physical jokes at the person's expense. So I'm not like just being like pedantic and all that. And, you know, kind of, we're both in line where, you know, that kind of shit is bullshit and he's subhuman for doing so. Kind of the last thing, that I asked him was, you know, well, you can see the last thing I asked and Slime Beast's opinion on Plague Moth, his final thoughts. But I had asked him, you know, do you think gore can be covered within terms of service? And he said, yeah, it is explicitly covered in YouTube's terms of service. However, they do not enforce it. It's against terms of service so much as even have audio of victims playing. But if it's reported, all YouTube does, or all YouTube will do, is to age restrict it, even though in their terms of service, they're saying it absolutely forbidden. And I feel like we kind of covered that a little bit better in with the EDSA, or EDAS, or EDSA, EDSA. The education, documentary, scientific, and artistic kind of loophole exemption clause to a lot of this stuff. And I mean, we've kind of touched on a couple things, but there were a couple different things here that really struck a chord with me. So Moth provided a lot of information, great, and some holy hell, of just a couple of instances of, you know, like Moth e-begging, which I'm just gonna kind of gloss over. It's not really anything bad. Why are we not going through here? Here we go. This. You know what? Do I give you the good content and then make you listen to the fucking earhole bleach? I don't know. I don't think I got the patience in my life to make anybody listen to this right now, especially at this time of night. But basically, you ever want to listen to the worst song in the fucking world? honestly, this song right here, holy shit, I thought fucking Slime Beast was kidding. No, he's not. He's definitely not. But yeah, you can kind of see the lovely, very, 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 very openly displayed affection for one another that Plague Moth and his spouse have for each other. But yeah, I strongly advise you to go check it out if you want to look. Yeah, that's what the video looks like, and to give you an idea on the quality of content right here, I thought this was a fantastic comment laying out just how great of a song this is. Yeah. So yeah, I won't make anybody go through that right now. But the other thing I kind of want to cover in this document would be the rich bragging, which I kind of was like, this is distasteful at best. So, you know, you've seen the video now where we've got Plague Moth kind of e-begging is such a mean term, but he was e-begging. And this is under the R Mondo Gore. As you can see, he's made references to the Mondo Gore videos before, so I'm not surprised to see him here. But here's Mr. Moth just saying some lovely, kind things about how he's making so much money. This is shortly before he lost his Patreon and a good chunk of his income. But I don't want to read all of this out, but you can kind of see him really just knock people. He also has got the backing of the page, so it's kind of we already covered the hardcore definition. I'm not gonna kill you people with that. We've seen we've kind of seen through his own video, the emergency medical fund. So I think that kind of gives me the total of that document. So what we're going to do now is, I thought this document was quite fucking interesting. As things are going to progress here, you're going to hear quite a bit that, hey, the uncensored gore only existed on the Patreon, and then it didn't exist on the Patreon at all. And then you're also going to hear about how it moved from the Patreon to the Discord, and then how it did not exist on the Discord at all. So here you're seeing a conversation with Plagued Moth and Kebab. I don't know who Kebab is, but they look like a lovely person. And, you know, we're kind of jumping into a little bit lower in the chain here, but it says, yeah, Discord remained a Patreon benefit, and you gained access to the uncensored video channel. You had to be to gain access to the uncensored video channel, you had to be a patron. So I'm assuming they still view it as a Patreon benefit. And he said these things are mistakes. That's a first little bit of a red flag there, because that tells me that Plague Moth doesn't see the uncensored channel as being not a thing, first of all, because he's not sitting there saying, what the fuck are you talking about? He's not sitting there saying, there's no fucking uncensored. What the fuck are you on about, crazy fucking dumbass? No, he's saying this is a mistake. And he said the uncensored shit was removed. Oh, okay. So he comes back and he saves the day with that. And Kebab goes, it is now, but you claimed it never existed. True. We've seen that. And then he retorts with, you also were banned for a year. Well, if it never existed, then it wouldn't matter how long they were banned for, but okay, whatever. Maybe I'm missing some context here. We'll keep going. All's I'm saying, no one's saints here. And in reply, this is a big one. This is in reply to "It is now, but you claimed it never existed." Plague Moth replies, and here's your bombshell. "I claimed it never existed as a perk beyond 2021 out of fear of my income being taken." Now, you might think, why the fuck is that a bombshell? It doesn't look like anything. It looks like it's just a bunch of bullshit on a fucking Discord, right? Who gives a fuck? Well, it's a bunch of bullshit on a Discord. Okay. Well, first of all, let's take a piece by piece here. Okay. So you didn't have him outright denying initially these are mistakes, but maybe he's replying to a previous thing, which is why he then clicks to start replying to direct messages, because these messages were coming in a little quick. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on the "these things are mistakes" comment, that he's replying to something we don't even fucking see right now. Okay. All right. Moss's first reply is, "Yes, but Discord remained a Patreon benefit, and to gain access to the uncensored video channel, you had to be a Patreon. So I'm assuming that they still view it as a Patreon benefit." It sounds like they're talking about why his Patreon was shut down. This would be the second time. The second time would be closer to 2023. Okay. And so the first time we had the kerfluffle, you could call it, where he needed to adjust his content because it was just because he's the big bad Gore guy. And now the second time where it's actually tanked, and this is where everything starts coming out about that creepy reading and all that, and that creepy reading pulled the Patreon. He's then sitting there and saying, or it's then coming to light, let's just say that there was uncensored content on the Patreon at some point. Now, again, we're doing inferments here, but you can infer basically on that, because he says the uncensored shit was removed. Obviously, it had to exist there to be removed. So that's him indirectly fucking confirming uncensored shit did exist on the Patreon at some point. Okay. And so Kebab's then saying, yeah, okay, well, it's removed now, but you claim that it never existed. And then I'm going to skip this whole, also you were banned for a year, because I feel like that's going back to the uncensored shit was removed. You also were banned for a year, is how I feel like we're supposed to read this, because they're kind of relatively quick within seconds of each other here. So that's what that reads. And it should be, it is now, but you claimed it never existed. All I'm saying is that no one here is a saint. And he chose to reply to that last one. As you can see, there's a cut in time. And then he comes in and says, I claimed it never existed as a perk beyond 2021 out of fear of my income being taken. That is a big deal. So there's a couple things you can infer, again, from that statement. I claimed it never existed as a perk beyond 2021. Again, going back with everything there, obviously the uncensored shit did exist because he's saying it was removed. And then he's saying that even though it did exist, he said it never existed beyond 2021. He's always used 2021 as a hard stop. But if you really you don't even got to read between the lines here. Like, here, read the lines. I claimed it never existed as a perk beyond 2021 out of fear for my income being taken. So that tells me that beyond 2021, this shit still existed fucking somewhere as a fucking perk. I'm not a fucking detective, people. But this proved a lot of shit that creepy reading and a lot of other people got drugged through the fucking dirt on. And you're going to say, oh, where did it get drugged through the dirt? I'm going to show you that shit too. But this right here gives me a pretty fucking black and white layout unless there's some other extenuating context that, first off, the uncensored Gore content existed on Patreon. It existed on Patreon until it was removed. And then uncensored Gore content existed somewhere as a perk beyond 2021, but he only said up to 2021 because he was worried about losing his income. That's a big fucking deal. That's literally everything that TCR and a bunch of other fucking people have been saying. That Plague Moth says, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Here's the proof. And you know what? You want to go one step further? We'll go one step fucking further. Actually, I can't go one step further because I want to make sure that I don't fucking give away too much. So, Instagram is reposting. I'm trying to find this picture now, and I don't want to zoom in. Okay, and where is it? Right here, right in front of my face. Okay, we're gonna go here. Well, I've already gone here, so you can see it over here on the details. I'm such a dumbass. I'm tired at this point. This is the details for that image. And I just doxed fucking Chris. Oh, I'm so sorry, Slime Beast. I'm so sorry. I'm going to delete this from the stream. I will censor this. I apologize, Slime Beast. I mean, I know everyone knows your name is out there. Hopefully you don't mind if you're still there. Apologize for showing your name. Anyway, when I went through that and showed the details, you can actually see that when the image was created as far as into Slime Beast's, oh my god, I'm throwing myself off completely. When the image was placed in the Slime Beast drive, and the drive, it was placed in July. So, a little, again, inferring this conversation probably was taking place after. Okay, well, I just did that. This conversation was probably taking place after. Come on. You're not rolling. It's doing so well. I had to go and fuck everything up. Right here, this video. So this conversation probably took place after this because we're talking about right here is where, you know, he really feels the heat. And that's 20, just about a year out. So February 2023. Okay. If you look, he really doesn't, like I said, talk about anything about his Patreon being taken down or taken away. The closest we get would be when we watched the original video all the way back in the beginning of his content with, blah, 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 not the R73 with, oh, what was it? One Girl 99 Stomps right here. This is kind of where we hear about him having some troubles with Patreon. But if you look again, there's nothing that I can see. Here's a good happy update. Again, nothing I can see saying, hey, we're in trouble. Hey. Oh, here. Oh my God, Moth. Jesus Christ. This would have been August 23rd, 2022. And this is talking about doxing and harassment. and it gets into the YouTube side of stuff, but and freedom of press and all that, but I don't see anything in here about where is it that I'm able to search? I thought I could search in this. Control F. Nope. Can I find in here? Nope. Show chat replay. Well, I'm not about to scroll through this slowly and try and find out if there's anything, but my guess is that based upon the video, because I'm sure, hey, you know that? I'm just noticed he used timestamps here. Jesus Christ, Moth, why couldn't you use timestamps on Amber Alert? Anyway. Redditors, I'm sure that if you look through here, I don't think he probably does much aside from maybe mentioning Patreon. Mentions Kiwi Farms. I'm probably going to end up censoring out some of this stream because I just don't want to risk it between having the Google Drive and then just what I showed with Slime Beast information. I think I'm going to go back through and once the VOD uploads, I'm going to go through and censor this. Not this portion per se, but the previous portions. I'm not going to scroll through all that to see if he mentions Patreon in there. And, you know, he has another video here about being doxxed, so I would imagine that this is about him being doxxed and probably the Kiwi Farms type stuff at this point. Seeing that's literally what he's talking about. Yeah, so he doesn't say anything about really Patreon or any issues until here. And then from there, that's when we get into then TCR and stuff comes out a couple months later. So I feel safe in inferring that that image that I just showed you is from around this time, around 2023, probably between March and July, based on when the image was uploaded and when all this stuff was going on. That's probably when this was happening. Because I can't see you talking about 2021 in 2021. You would just say this year. And so he's at least talking about 2021 in the past. So for it to be in the past, it would have to be between January 2022 and present date. Anyway, all of that is still well beyond the timeline that he gives for any uncensored Gore content being available. So that's probably my biggest bombshell, I'll be honest. It wasn't that great of a bombshell. It's more like a pop bottle rocket. Oh. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really worth covering. There is a couple interesting things. See, now I watched a couple of his videos more recently just to see the content that he's talking about. And, you know, from this point on, we see a real big uptick in him covering the drama. And this would be one of the videos because we're talking about TCR right here. Let's see. So from there, we then go kind of working towards wrapping this up so that way I can edit this out towards the end. We've got this not okay video. None of this stuff. It's more getting into like shit talking and just shit throwing at this point. don't think that's anything other than him talking about shaving and looking like a child. I'm kidding. He's going back over his content. This is probably the last real big thing, aside from getting into the Cold Raven content. The Cold Raven stuff is kind of interesting because Cold Raven and Moth used to be friendly. I don't know if they were actually friends, but it's now come out, Cold Raven's like, look, the shit we posted was not right. It's kind of fucked up, and I am not happy with that, and I'm changing that. Meanwhile, Moth has kind of continued to do the double down. He's like freaking KFC with the double downs, okay? And outside of all that, you also have Mrs. Moth coming in, and she's throwing her hat into the ring. And there's a couple of videos that are hosted on her page that fill in some of the timeline during this, where they're also calling out that creepy reading, Slime Beast again, Spamling, Scare Theater, Lazy, all of them, and now the newest comer, Cold Raven. And so this just was a fun little video because just to give you the quick and dirty context of it. From what I've seen, and this would go back into Slime Beast folder, you would have to consult with him on what if that information is private or not. But basically, Plague Moth's wife reached out and contacted him. Oh man. And contacted him / said some stuff about him. More or less saying that Moth is threatening, or Moth, that Slime Beast is threatening Moth's family, the Moths. And Slime Beast is like, no, that's not true. And then she goes on to make this schizo sitting in the woods video, which we're not even going to cover. And from there, the content, the shit slinging just gets back and forth. Well, Slime Beast eventually turns around and, through evidence of a few Reddit posts, is able to show a history of Plague Moth's wife talking about their relationship. And when you look at the math, it does look a little sketchy, and that Moth may have been possibly victimized. I don't know how to say it properly, but Moth may have been victimized a little bit by Andrea. So that's where this whole thing comes from. What I really want to get into and cover at the end here, because I've been going for entirely too fucking long on this shit, is his recent content. And I just want to point out, Moth, if there's one good thing I got to say to you, it's that this content that you just did, and I'm talking a week ago, last week, not the stuff on lyrics. That shit was stupid. Don't fucking do that again. This shit wasn't stupid. It was actually pretty decent. This is on par, in my opinion, with Disturbed Reality, as far as the content that I would expect the core community to put out on YouTube. And I kind of want to touch on it. I want to cover on the beginning of this. It's a little artsy as far as like, it's got some Mama Max-esque type stuff going on to it. But here.
.937 Mang. The Brazilian man with machete.
He even kidnapped Mama Max for the video, I heard.
Massacre.
That's why we haven't gotten that update on the wolf vampire cult.
I often ask for your suggestions in the comments at the end of my videos, and this video was one of those suggestions. The title of the clip is a sort of cryptic name that caught my eye, 937 Mang. At least it sounded cryptic to me at first. I started digging for it and found it quickly that it's now making its rounds on social media. Facebook and Twitter already have hosted this video itself at some point, and stories describing it are circulating TikTok right now, with plenty of misinformation and more questions being asked. From what I found, at least at first glance, was that
this, without going too much further into the content, because it's a short video, I don't want to take away from the guy's video. This, for moth content, is really fucking good. And I'm going to point out a couple really good things about it too. A couple changes in my opinion, but he has this now that he includes in his videos. And I think that's a good thing. On top of, he has some disclaimers and stuff that show in the beginning. I do want to show them to give it full justice. Might mute though. I don't know if this is like his music or what. Jesus Christ. I mean the cynical sarcasm and stuff. But he covers stuff. Pretty well. And getting into the video, so he talks about, support directly over there. Buy me a coffee. Subscribe star. We've already seen that. I don't want to steal content, like I said. But he actually, in a couple instances, has even given like multiple cues before going into the Gore content. Even going as far as like counting it down. Don't mind any of that. As you can see, I've watched a couple of these just kind of get an idea. This one, I believe he did like a little countdown getting into the content. Did a lot more historical, or not historical, but a lot more in these videos. So Ghost Rider, you can see I kind of watched the beginning of a couple of these. Soy Burned. This is actually something that got covered even by some ordinary gamers. What else? The zombie cartels. I watched a lot of his videos and I watched them in reverse, and it seems like somewhere in, what is it, in here? He had a lot more disclaimers going on. And I will say, Moth, if you keep doing this shit, you probably could totally resurrect your channel. I'll be honest with you. Stay away from the stupid shit. Stop calling everybody a fucking pedophile. Having this kind of stuff, really good. I think it's even better that you had the content warning that you have now. That video had more information to it. This one? This one, it might get you in a little bit of trouble. You need to start watching your guidelines as far as other stuff, but this is kind of where I saw the beginning of, hey, timestamping, great. Having a transcript, great. Having this little disclaimer, great. You also had the disclaimers in the beginning. I mean, you're moving a little fast on disclaimers, but come on. Talk about there. We do not condone harassment. This is fantastic, and I think you should keep this going. It's just very good precautionary to protect yourself. I mean, honestly. And then, like I said, once you're getting into the content, like right here, I kind of want to show.
On the site, they obviously clipped a lot here. Is 4 minutes and 50 seconds, so that's a whole lot more tolerable if you ask me. But yeah, let's dive in 3, 2, 1.
That was great. I want to end this as far as I can and like on a positive note, especially with a lot of stuff that's gone on. And I know I didn't even cover everything. I kind of just felt bad because I felt like I shot myself in the foot after I showed all of Slime Beast's folder there. I'm just tired. I feel awful for that. I guess I'm no different than Lyrics, but at least it wasn't DMs. But yeah, no, this content, if you keep doing this, Moth, honestly, you could rebuild your channel back. Keep out of the fucking drama. Stop talking to drama tubers. If you want to talk to people that like actually like want to give you a fair shake, go for it. Realize that not everybody that gives you a fair shake is going to agree with you though. I think you need to stick with it. You could definitely get your channel back if you want. It's totally up to you. I mean, this is going back to November, and I think you've dipped a little bit as far as like from then till now, as far as like making sure you got the timestamps. Jesus Christ, that fucking audio. Making sure you got timestamps, because I noticed that did drop off again. Just the consistency would be nice. But I do really like I said, the stuff that I pointed out. The context on this one is fantastic. Yeah, maybe stay away from talking to people who are only interested in talking about the pedo stuff. I think that you need to lay out and stick with your detractions on, look, I said these pedo allegations, they were bad. I think honestly a lot of this shit could pass by. I think you've already fixed a lot of your content. It's now just a matter of you got to fix you. I mean that as politely as I can fucking put it after covering your stuff for like 5 hours here. The only thing you have left to fix at this point is you and your wife, and you both need to stop responding to bullshit and figure a way to like hammer this shit out with TCR and Slime Beast. You know, the apologies, as short-lived as they were, was kind of a nice step in the right direction. I don't think you should detract the fucking apologies just because you felt like the person who interviewed you was maybe a little disingenuous or whatever. Whether you agree with someone or not, it's not everything, man. Like, you've got to realize, getting to our age, like, you're not going to win every fucking battle. And, you know, I would consider this a huge win for your content. I would fix up the last bits that people are giving you critiques on with your content, you know, like, making sure you're not touching on any of those, community guidelines, like policy things, you know, even if you're touching against it, maybe, you know what, you're totally in the fucking right as far as you can see and as far as everything's laid out. But, you know, fessing up to some of this should be amazing, but I'm not going to expect that from you. Maybe that's me being cynical. Avoiding this shit, definitely a big step in the right direction. Oh shit. I didn't even realize my Discord totally crashed. I'm just gonna exit out of it. I think that was my Discord, yeah. Sorry, cat moment. Yeah, honestly, I mean, you don't need me to tell you this shit, bro. But the shit you did is absolutely fucking awful. I think you need to pull down some of your older content, whether you're attached to it and you keep it unlisted. I don't think you need to cut the views. I don't think you need to cost yourself your channel in any way, shape, or form. Oh shit. I totally didn't realize my chat hadn't moved in like fucking forever. It was just like stuck in one spot. So I want to read through some of those chats real quick here. So I'm not convinced so much, but people will still believe him. Yeah. It's sad. That's very useful. Yeah, I will say like that kind of stuff. He needs to fess up for a lot, but I don't think you're ever going to get him to fess up for a lot of the stuff that he's done. So the best that he could do is apologize and move forward. I think I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. Do I think it's going to happen? No. It's sad. I think he's slowly trudging towards lolcow category. And you know what? That's fine with me because I like covering the lolcow stuff. But it's sad for him. He doesn't have to go that way. And you know, if he's doing stuff like you said, I said it to view only. Yeah, and if you need me to, I'll message you afterwards. By the way, if you need me to make any changes to my content here, I do apologize. I want to make sure that I'm not invading your privacy as well as I'm not invading anything with moths, but I feel like I'm probably still gonna get a fucking privacy strike. Let's be honest here. Oh no. You missed Abby denying what you showed on stream before she got here. Oh no. Oh no, Abby. Something Moth retracted his submission because he remembered. Yeah. I think honestly, I think so much can be resolved here with an apology. I think he's making strides content wise in the right direction. He still is messing up personally, and whether it's just because now he's like in this vitriolic state of mind where he cannot overcome himself basically because of all the things that he said. He doesn't feel like he can backtrack, or he feels like that'd be I don't know. I can't get in his headspace to tell you. But it's sad. It's sad if you're going to keep the trudge going to lolcow. It would be better to see you keep with the positive changes that you've done. Correct your actions. It's kind of a bitter thing to fucking bite at some points, but you know, maybe look at what Cold Raven did in his actions as far as like, you know, hey, look, I'm not happy with my content. I've changed and I'm moving on. Honestly, that in more cases than not, can change a lot when it comes to, just how your career is going to progress. But honestly, yeah, I'll reach out to you, Slime Beast. I want to make sure that everything I did, server. Oh man, she really did go off. Oh my god. I missed the whole thing here. Wow, my chat was paused for a while. Yeah, I missed a whole argument between Slime and Dabby. I'm gonna have to go back through it and read that. But anyway, Slime, I greatly appreciate all the help that you offered me on this. And all the time. Didn't block her. Oh no. But I'm getting closer. Oh man. Well, I do appreciate it so much. I'll reach out if I decide to cover this more in the future. I do want to check into that the other person that you were talking about. I think that there's a very interesting story to be had there, as far as like, I think that needs to be put out into the sphere and more. But I cannot thank you enough. I cannot thank that creepy reading for the stuff that he shared with me. You guys have been awesome. I like I said, I Moth, I try to reach out to you. I still feel like I tried to give you the fairest shake I could in your absence. I'm not here to take everybody's or take one's position, but yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say in closing. Like, like I said, man, it's not too late to save your channel, in my opinion. There's a lot you can do to make steps in progress, but it's ultimately up to you, man. Other than that, I hope that everybody has a great night. I appreciate everybody that came out. I know this wasn't a light subject, but hopefully I did it as much justice as I could, especially coming from somebody in that community. It sounds like I pissed off Abby pretty good. Again, thank you, Slime Beast. Thank you, That Creepy Reading. Moth, my email's still open if you ever want to reach out. I know I'm a smaller channel. Other than that, hopefully everybody has a great night. I'll be back with some content of some sort next week, I'm sure. And other than that, be on the lookout. I'm still trying to do the AI Creator Chronicle thing, and I do have some other lolcow stuff that's coming out on Still Connected, and that's been moving along. I got quite a bit of that wrote and scripted. And even recorded. I just got to put some of it together, but I'm moving along on that. Stay ahead of the whole game there. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out when in my life I will be able to play games on stream. That may happen eventually. But other than that, everybody have a great night. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming out. I should probably figure out some music or something here to kind of close out the evening. I know there he is, and let's go. Where am I away from? There she is. All right, let's see. I'm trying to pick an appropriate song. What's an appropriate song? You know what? I'm just gonna go out on Hurt again. All right, you guys have a great night, and I will see you next time. Thank you so much.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears the hole so familiar stain. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down. I will make you. You stay the hell away from me, yeah. I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chair, full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, the feelings disappear. You are someone else. I am still right here. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know